Good evening, everyone, and welcome to tonight's meeting of the Citizens Law Enforcement Review Board. We will start tonight with roll call. Ms. Kink, can you take the roll, please?
Chair Eileen Delaney. Vice Chair Marianne Pintar.
Present.
Secretary Bonnie Kink. I'm here. Dr. Brown. Andrew Hayes. Nadia Keen Ayub.
Present.
Ariana Federico Mondragon.
Here.
Tim Ware. G.I. Wilson. We have a quorum.
Thank you. We'll go to item number 2. Do we have any statements regarding consideration of a request to participate remotely tonight? Nope. Okay. Thank you. Then we'll go to item number 3, public comment. By our count, we have about 30 requests to speak for non-agenda public comment. We have a really long agenda tonight, busy agenda tonight, including an appointment of our citizens interview panel, which is going to take us a little bit of time. So for that reason, for public comment, non-agenda public comment only, I'm going to limit comments to 2 minutes per person. You are able to cede your time to somebody else. For every other item on the agenda, it will be 3 minutes for public comment for all those commenters. I just wanted to remind folks that to limit their comments to concerns related to the San Diego Sheriff's Department. The CLERB does not have jurisdiction over the Highway Patrol, SDPD, UCSD administration, or the UCSD campus police. With that, we will go to the first person who's submitted a request to speak.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair. First, we will call Yusuf Miller.
Good evening. My name is Yusuf Miller. North County Equity and Justice Coalition Saving Lives in Custody campaign. And once again, I want to encourage us to move forward the 68 recommendations for CLERB reform to the Board of Supervisors. And that stake is really important, especially to the community and the families. We want to make sure that these reforms, important reforms, get to the Board of Supervisors so they can start taking action on them. We don't want them to drag and hang out in the CLERB when the Board of Supervisors can make decisions to implement. And if they make to make the decision to implement, they have to have an expert opinion outside of the CLERB. You're not going to be experts on the 68 because those 68 were done by a university level PhD on CLERB reform. So invite and hire in an expert to give the Board of Supervisors what they need to make the proper decision to implement these 68. I'm sorry, I said 67. Next, I would like to talk about the transparency and accountability for the Abdul Kamara and other cases that we've had recently. Abdul Kamara, he's reminiscent of what happened to Alfred Alongo and to many others. Alfred Alongo, Earl McNeil, where the person should not have been taken to jail. They should have not have been arrested in the first place. But because they were arrested and taken into custody, this precipitated a chain reaction where we lost lives in custody. So again, we have more people dying in custody that didn't necessarily have to be in custody in the first place, which makes it our responsibility. And we need to have transparency. The parents of Abdul Kamara they're on the East Coast. He was just a transient student, but his parents on the East Coast, and I believe they're chiming in tonight as well, him and his friends. And lastly, in my few seconds, I would like to say that we need to hold accountable the sheriff's department that maced Imam Taha, a peacekeeper on UCSD campus when he was just standing up for Palestinian rights and justice.
Next speaker, Nars.
Yes, thank you. Next, we will call Sandy Waddell.
Good evening. My name is Cindy Weddle. For those of you who may not know, I am the mother of Saxon Frederick Rodriguez. My son Saxon died inside Central Jail after being there for just 4 days. On the morning of July 20th, 2021, Saxon was found unresponsive in the cell he shared with 2 other men. Despite 9 rounds of Narcan and CPR, my son could not be revived and he died. Medical examiners determined 6 months later that Saxon's cause of death was an accidental drug overdose, a cause I wholeheartedly believe was anything but accidental. Saxon was to attend court the next day, but he died never having the opportunity to prove that he was innocent of his charges. I ask every time I'm here, how did the drugs that Saxon died, that killed Saxon get into the jail undetected? And how did my son gain access to the fentanyl that killed him? And again, I ask every time that I'm here for it to be mandatory that all deputies and staff who enter the jails be scanned. Because at this point, nobody can deny that the drugs that killed my son did not come in with staff. But for some unknown reason other than sad, poor excuses, Kelly Martinez continues to refuse to scan staff, and nobody bats an eye at the blatant disregard for human life. Who is she really trying to protect, and who is she covering for? With all that being said, I want to ask CLERB members if you are doing all you can, using all your power to be assertive, direct, and to make sure that the Board of Supervisors and the BSCC and the Governor of California know the dire situation in the San Diego jails. I want to know if CLERB is meeting with the Board of Supervisors to push the 68 recommendations forward. It is very difficult to show up here and speak about my dead son, but I do it anyway. 48 deaths since Saxon died, hundreds of suspected drug overdoses, and hundreds of Narcan deploys.
Thank you. Next, we will call Sabrina Whittle.
Hello and good evening. My name is Sabrina Weddle. I am Saxon Rodriguez's older sister. I first want to start by saying if we started this meeting on time, the 10 minutes that were taken from us public commenters, we may be able to have our 3 minutes. I came here today to ask what the board members have been doing with the Board of Supervisors to make sure that the recommendations, the 68 recommendations, gets pushed forward. It's already been clear that all of you guys stated, yes, the 68 recommendations should be pushed forward. But we also know that Paul Parker quit his position because he was banging his head against the wall. I want to know who has talked to Nora Vargas, Joel Anderson, Tara Lawson, Monica Montgomery, and Jim Desmond to get these 68 recommendations pushed forward. We continue to see deputies do as they please. Again, I've stated before, the 4 deputies that were responsible for Saxon the day he died, July 20th, 2021, Brian Powell, Andrew Randovich, Maxwell Rimple, and Andre Wanzer will never be held accountable for letting my brother die off of fentanyl. The 9 nurses who state to this day that they don't want to be overseen will never be held accountable. Melissa Burns, Reggie Barreto, Carrie Cavello, Rhea Encarnacia, Caitlin Hendricks, Marlena Banza, Kelly Payne, Levy Santos, and Chantel Williams never will be held accountable for the fact that my brother died on a jail cell floor. I'm tired of sitting here asking for the continued transparency that we won't see. You guys say that you guys don't have jurisdiction over, California Highway Patrol, but do we even have it over San Diego sheriffs at this point? Or are we just meeting once a month to talk? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will call Darwin Frischman.
Thank you. Good evening, Darwin Fishman, Racial Justice Coalition of San Diego, he, him, his. It's good to be back here in person. I have a compromised immune system. It's been a while. But I did want to say, given that we just had the anniversary for George Floyd, and I've been coming here for about 7 years, it's a good time to take stock of, CLERB and where you guys were and where you've gone. Not ironically enough, it was after George Floyd was killed in the uprising here in San Diego that me and many others worked with Supervisor Fletcher at that time to pass 3 areas for criminal justice reform. One of them was for CLERB and giving you more funding for an investigator. And just looking at your caseload today, I do find it an ironic twist that you have more support and staff, but your record has not changed at all. In fact, I couldn't find a sustained charge, which means that none of the charges, none of the complaints were supported. All of them basically were dismissed. So we come a long way, but we've also seemed to have gone nowhere in terms of CLERB being on the CRB for the city of San Diego, we noticed that if our records, our investigations only supported IA, internal affairs, then we weren't doing our job. I would question on a basic level, just looking at your caseload, if you have not sustained any charges, and if this is the same as internal affairs, then really what is your job? What are you doing? Remember, we've been coming here and we've been talking about in custody deaths. How can you ever make a dent in custody deaths and honestly talk to the families here if you're never sustaining any charges against the officers? If you think all these complaints, including people that are in jail, are fake and not real, then how do you end up with dead people that are in jail and that we're having the record numbers? It's a complete and total disconnect between your work and what you've espoused to and what you've committed to. I hope you take this seriously and your complaints that you're getting filed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will call Rebecca Young. Rebecca?
Hello, my name is Rebecca Young. I'm an attorney and I live and work in San Diego County. And I have a few public comments to make about the sheriff deputy's violent and reprehensible actions against the students at UCSD. As context, what the students at UCSD were protesting is a genocide that's been occurring for over 234 days. The Israeli government has been starving and bombing children, men and women of Palestine and Gaza. Here are some photographs of starving children. These are photographs that show that it is a Holocaust happening on the Palestinian people. Here's a little child. Her body was found hanging from a building after a bomb struck her home. Another child who's been dying of starvation. Over 50,000 Palestinians have died, have been murdered. Many of them are buried under rubble. People who report walking past the building say that they hear voices crying out for help, but they don't have the equipment to save them. All of the universities of Gaza have been destroyed. Houses have been destroyed. Over 100 journalists have been murdered. 203 heritage sites destroyed, 667 mosques destroyed, 3 churches destroyed. All of these are war crimes that are prohibited under international law, yet Israel continues to do them without any sort of accountability. And when these students were protesting this genocide, these peaceful students, they were met with violence. They were descended upon by hundreds of sheriff deputies while they were sleeping at 5:30 in the morning. And there are photographs and images that I've submitted into the official record showing officers, sheriff deputies, with guns, their hands on the trigger. There was a sniper seen above the student encampment. Sheriff deputies were pointing their guns filled with rubber bullets, point blank range at the students. One sheriff deputy pepper sprayed Imam Taha. And this is repression of students' First Amendment rights. It's an oppression of the community because they represent us as a community member. It's shameful and embarrassing that the sheriff deputies would act in this way. And we ask that you all investigate them. Thank you.
I'd just like to clarify for the remaining members of the public speaking tonight. CLERB does have jurisdiction to investigate any uses of force by the sheriff's department, not any other law enforcement agency, but by the sheriff's department over any use of force at any First Amendment protected event. So any use of force that is of record, you don't even have to file a complaint. You certainly have the ability to file complaints, but that is an automatic an investigation from CLERB. It's one of the matters that we can investigate without even a complaint being filed. I just wanted to clarify that for those coming forward on this topic. Naras, can you bring it the next speaker?
Yes. Next, we will call Taha Hussein.
Assalamu alaikum and peace be with you all. My name is Taha Hassan. I'm the Imam and Director of the Islamic Center of San Diego. I've been working with students at UCSD for the last 20 years as their religious advisor, visiting them almost either every week or every other week to teach them, to whenever they seek counseling, any advice. I've been with generations of students. When they started their encampment at UCSD, of course, I had to be with them. I spent significant time with them, praying, teaching, counseling, comforting, and even many faith leaders from all faiths came and joined me at the encampment. We had a wonderful time with the students, and I believe that the students didn't do anything wrong. They were just expressing themselves freely against the genocide taking place in Gaza. I'm not going to repeat what you have heard about what's going on over there. But on Monday, May the 6th, when I heard that the law enforcement, including sheriff officers, they jumped on the students and they treated them with that violence, I went there. I stood up with the students. When I saw two sheriff officers putting up their guns and pointing them to the students, I started telling them, and everything is recorded on videos. I started telling them, shame on you that you point guns towards peaceful, unarmed students. And when I started shaming them, one of them got the pepper sprayed and he sprayed me in the eyes, in my face. So I would like to see a thorough investigation on this incident. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we will call Ilka.
Hello, my name is Ilka Weston. I am here to talk about what I felt was incredibly disgraceful and yet further reasons why we need to put Kelly Martinez on call. She needs to be suspended for her actions and her behavior. I'm shaking because as a mother, I went to support the students because in history, our students have made change. We have lost great leaders. And these students put together a peaceful encampment while agitators were coming up, and they had it so organized, they were reminding people to ignore the agitators. I want to be like the students when I grow up. We all know what happened. There were people from the sheriff's department there. There were sheriff buses there. They had the intent to harm and cause pain and arrest. And I was outside the city jail downtown because I couldn't access Las Colinas. And young adults were coming out saying, I don't understand why. We didn't do anything wrong. Why were sheriffs grabbing us by the arms and pulling us out of our tents? This is history in the making. These young adults had guts to stand up for what was right while adults just stood by. And the way Sheriff Kelly Martinez yet again caused harm on our community and our young adults that were talking out against something that is very serious. Genocide is a crime. And yet they got treated like criminals and they were harmed and they were beaten on and they were immediately tortured, in my opinion. No more from Kelly Martinez. We need to stop it now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will call Bill Lee.
Hi, I'm Bill, and I'm also here to demand the sheriffs to drop all charges against the UCSC students that are protesting. I went to the encampments a few times as a UC alumni who was very traumatized by what happened at UCLA, where police forces of other departments launched a brutal siege against my campus. And also as a community member, and I observed a very peaceful and cooperative encampment. There are people of all faiths and ethnicities in the encampment. They didn't harass the media. There was religious service for people of all faiths, and they fed the people. However, Chancellor Khosla, who lives in a 7-acre tax-exempt mansion in 9630 La Jolla Farms, kept lying starting from day one about the peaceful nature of the encampments. And, he called it violent and anti-Semitic, which was really interesting because, a few times when I was there, there was a group called Jewish Voice for Peace that was handling the rations. So I don't know how that encampment was anti-Semitic. I also condemn the sheriff department for its brutality and what is barbarism during the sweep. They committed, they used excessive violence against the protesters who were sleeping because it was 5:30 a.m. They committed false arrests, false imprisonment, battery. They assaulted people with deadly weapons. They simply violated people's civil rights because of the lies of a parasite in San Diego called COSLA. I demand all charges be dropped, and I also call for a public investigation into the nature of the communications between COSLA and the sheriff's department. That must be investigated because he has been lying the whole time.
Thank you. Next, we will call Pastor Davis.
Thank you, CLERB members and others who are in attendance here today. My name is Pastor Jerry Newell Davis, and I'm a United Methodist minister. I'm here with the San Diego County Faith Leaders for Palestine and others to seek your inquiry into the events of May 6th on the campus of UCSD, with San Diego County sheriffs arrived wearing tactical gear and carrying weapons to dismantle a peaceful protest against the genocide in Gaza by Israeli forces. Aggressive and excessive force was used to disperse the crowd, and pepper spray was sprayed at close range on Imam Taha, a respected faith leader in our county. As you're no doubt aware, students and faith leaders worldwide have been speaking out against the war on Gaza, and on May 6th, the students of UCSD and faith leaders were met with violence. We're here to ask you to fully investigate the incident where Imam Taha was aggressively assaulted and 64 students were arrested. They were practicing their constitutional right to peaceful protest. We, the faith leaders, San Diego faith leaders for Palestine, students and their families, look forward to your complete and transparent investigative report regarding the events of May 6th against the students who were exercising their right as guaranteed to do peaceful protest. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will call Olivia.
Hello, my name is Olivia Drummond. I'm a San Diego community member. I grew up here in San Diego, and I was present at the encampment for several days. I did not camp. I'm not a student of UCSD, but I saw a lot of building community. And reading through the policy and procedures of the San Diego Sheriff this weekend, I learned that community building is a key mission of the organization. So I have to say that building community, I'll give you a definition. It's providing others the resources to stay safe. It's sharing knowledge, culture, art, history. It's supporting others through incredible grief, trauma, and systemic harm. Here is what building community is not. It is not waking students at 5:30 in the morning to destruction, chaos, and handcuffs. It is not spraying chemical weapons at community leaders and educators. It is not a gross duplication of the same tactics that the actual community is protesting against. That's not what community is. I also have to say that your officers, the sheriff department, did not illustrate compassion, which is a core value of the organization. Because striking students in the head, neck, back, shoulders, that is a gross lack of compassion and also a violation of your own procedures for batons. So let's just start there. Also, using pepper spray, the way that it was used did not show compassion, and that also went against the policy and procedures in the handbook for the sheriff's department. It was sprayed too close. There was no tactical plan prior to deployment. They were not moving while they were spraying, and there was cross-contamination with other individuals and other sheriff's officers. The sheriff should conduct a rigorous investigation of the officer's actions on May 6th. We expect you to divest from corporations and investments that oppose the department's missions and values and procedures, and then take a lesson from the organizers. They had an agenda. If you would have stayed till 2 p.m., you would have seen that they would have a lesson on what the encampment actually was. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will call Sophia.
Hi, I'm a student at UC San Diego, and I first want to draw attention to Imam Taha and notice how he wears his glasses. The sheriff that had pepper sprayed him went intentional and sprayed him above his forehead so the pepper spray would reach his eyes. This was the force that students, hundreds of them, were forced to experience on Monday, May 6th. Students decided to encamp because of a genocide, something we've been talking and something we've seen. And I want to draw attention to the word Holocaust, which is destruction or slaughter on a mass scale, especially caused by a fire or nuclear war, something we are seeing. It is indisputable the amount of deaths that have happened since October 7th, which is upwards of 40,000. And students are protesting, stop this amount of mass death. And that is wrong. This is what we're treated with and reciprocated with. And as one of the community members brought up, students time and time again have been the driving force for creating and generating change. And this is what we learn at UC San Diego. And in fact, students slept in Galbraith Hall, which was one of the former libraries, for a month straight and were never met with this police force in an effort to divest from apartheid South Africa. And Israel is the same apartheid state as deemed by multiple reputable human rights sources, including an Israeli human rights group by the name of B'Tselem. You'd assume that the university would use the same principles that have been set by students in the past. And it has been these students who have consecutively guided the university onto the right path. Something that will haunt me forever is that one of the signs said, "Let your world change their world." My world, and how I'm taught to be a global citizen, a scholar, to speak up for what is right, to learn about what genocide means and settler colonialism, and to create change, feasible change, because I want a better world for my kids. I want a better world for me. I want a better world for all the people in this room. But what are we met with? Abusive police force. And this encampment created so much positive change for the students, and I ask for you to drop the charges and don't hinder the future.
Thank you. Next, we will call Rachel.
Hello, my name is Rachel Cypress. I had something planned. I'm from Minnesota, and it's the 4th anniversary of the uprising. But as I was sitting here listening, a different story came to me. And so I'm Jewish, and my family is Jewish, and my cousin was Jewish and committed a hate crime against Jewish people, he did something anti-Semitic as a Jewish person, and he was arrested and he spent time incarcerated because of it. And the constant misunderstanding of anti-Semitism as a real thing that can be committed, and the conflation of it with Zionism and anti-Zionism harms everyone, including the Jewish community. And I think if my own community had been healthier, he wouldn't have felt the need to do what he did. And I think if we had different systems of healing, he would still be here today, because he never recovered from his time incarcerated. And I'm asking you to better understand anti-Semitism and how it actually exists as a form of white supremacy, and to fight for healing rather than incarceration. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pintarbo. We'll start with the online request to speak. First, we will call David Settles.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, hi, my name is David Settles. I'm the brother of Matthew Settles, who passed away at George Bailey Jail in August of 2022. Matt was the 18th person to die that year. I've spoken at the CLERB before, but just to recap, I'm so representing my brother here. He had schizophrenia. I'm representing my mom, my brother, his nephews and nieces, 5 of them who were all close. Matthew had schizophrenia. He did not get the treatment he needed in George Bailey. He was removed out of the county mental hospital where he needed help. He was hallucinating and thought people were imposters, and he ended up dying after 2 months at George Bailey in solitary isolation, not getting any of the treatment he needed. He was assaulted immediately when he was brought back into the jail in the general population in the state he was after being removed from the county mental hospital. So and there was no transparency the whole time. We were not able to talk to Matthew. We did not even know he was transferred to George Bailey. So he was not given any of the treatment he needed. And, we need reform of the jail system. It should not be a death sentence for someone like my brother, who was a very gentle, loving soul. So I'd just like to say, I'm here to urge the clerk, please do, follow up with the supervisors on the 68 recommendations. We need that reform. We need jail investigations. So I urge the clerk to reform. And lastly, I'd like to just say, as a UCSD alumni, I do support student protest. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will call Tom Packard. Tom, can you hear
I'm
us?
Tom Packard. I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice, North County. First, according to the UT article on May 16th regarding a federal lawsuit challenging the sheriff's administration of the jails, her attorney told the judge that the sheriff, quote, has no personal knowledge of anything. She delegates responsibilities to not just one level of people, but multiple levels, unquote. Maybe that attorney's pathetically uninformed or inarticulate, or the 3 dots in that quote eliminated important detail. But in any case, staff should have demanded a clarification and made clear to the public that the sheriff is in fact accountable for the performance of her staff. Or does the proverbial buck stop at a lower level than the sheriff? Of course, she can't oversee every behavior in the department, but she should provide clear enough directives to subordinates that they ensure that lower level staffs are in fact behaving within her standards. This is one more example that you must demand that the sheriff attend your meetings and answer questions from you and the community. According to the UT, she answered questions at a gun owners symposium in October of 2023. So why will she not meet with you or with families of people who died in the jails? Second, I'd like to ask you to have staff provide at each meeting updates of the status of 2 of your most important recommendations, that staff search all persons entering detention facilities, and that the CLERB have authority to review complaints regarding medical service providers. The recommendation on civilian staff must be somewhere in the county bureaucracy, since it involves regulatory changes. There's a cynical axiom in bureaucracies that what gets measured gets done. So please tell staff that you want documentation on each of these at every meeting. I know you don't have control over the sheriff, but at least keep asking for status reports. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you. Next, we will call Diana Serna.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Alrighty. I just want to say, I really want to ask CLERB, what's the point of these meetings? Are you guys actually trying to push the 68 recommendations at all. Because if you guys aren't, you guys all need to step down from your position, and we need people who actually want to hold the sheriff department accountable, and our loved ones' deaths. My sister is Elisa Serna. She died November 11th, 2019. And the sheriff's department and the medical staff are all responsible for her death. And we don't have anyone held accountable so far. I hope you guys like my picture because Kelly Martinez loves to tell the news that she's always trying to get a hold of the families and no one's answering her. She has not. That's a lie. She's never reached out to any of us. She wants to put up this front to the media that she's doing everything in her power to help us. She is not. Why are none of these deputies getting scanned? Why are drugs still getting into jail? We need transparency, and that starts with you guys. Like I said, if you guys are not going to be here for us, for our families, then you guys all, every single one of you, need to step down from your position and put people in your positions that want to help the community. I appreciate your guys' time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will call Karen Remus.
Yes, good evening, CLERB members. My name is Karen Remus. My pronouns are she, her, and I was born, raised, and currently reside in San Diego County. On May 17th, CBS 8 published a story about Joshua Fossbonder, who died of a fentanyl overdose in sheriff's custody over 3 months after his arrest. The attorney representing the Fossbonder family in their lawsuit against the county of San Diego was quoted as saying, quote, "There has been ample evidence of the ongoing failure of the San Diego Sheriff's Department to keep dangerous drugs out of their detention facilities. Without adequate explanation, the Sheriff's Department has refused to adopt a common sense policy of screening its employees entering those facilities, despite numerous and repeated recommendations by CLERB and the county grand jury to do so," end quote. Again, remember, people continue to die in the sheriff's custody. According to a May 6th story also published by CBS 8, San Diego County taxpayers have paid more than $42 million to settle jail-related claims or lawsuits since 2016. CLERB, I believe each and every one of you volunteered to serve on the CLERB because you care about transparency and law enforcement oversight. But you do not have the tools needed to bring about the change needed to stop these ongoing in-custody deaths. Tonight, I call upon you to send letters to both the state attorney general and the U.S. attorney general asking them to intercede. Please do this now before another person dies in custody. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this evening.
Thank you. Next, we will call Dan.
Hello, dear member of the board. My name is Dan and I'm resident of San Diego. I'm calling to express my gratitude to our local law enforcement and in particular to Sheriff Department. I happened to be in UCSD and saw the illegal encampment. This was a center of inciting hate, violence, and bullying of the students and faculty. The illegal campers called for ethnic cleansing of Jews, expressed open support for terrorism, and interfere with constitutional right for education. After removal of illegal encampment, it was reported that police found a propane tank, skin chemical weapons, and a sword. Yes, a sword. We all know what terrorism organizations do with the propane tanks and what ISIS terrorists do with swords. Camp has a slew of bad characters. It starts with the members of violent gangs who provided the security muscle. Then you have a terrorist supporter who expressed support for Hamas attacks that include rape of young girls and burn kids alive. Example of violent UCSD camper published just yesterday on social media, American Memorial Day. America needs to be eradicated. It's illegit to set it on fire. Remember the propane tank found? I saw live on TV how the violent mob attacked our law enforcement, pushed officers, cornered them, threw objects at them, resisting arrest, and blocking police cars. I could only feel empathy and appreciation to our law enforcement. They were acting very professionally, attempting to de-escalate the situation despite constant provocation by the violent mob. I applaud our sheriff department for keeping all us safe while putting their life on the front line to uphold the law. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will call Alexander.
First of all, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I, as a Jewish student at UC San Diego and as a citizen of the United States of America, would like to address the anti-Semitism that has been going on in this country and the display of it that was seen at the encampment. This encampment was illegal and it was an disrupted university operations. Law enforcement found swords, pepper spray, among other things. While peaceful protests and freedom of speech are cornerstones of American values, illegal demonstrations are not. This encampment blocked access to student health and I commend law enforcement for taking the actions that they did. Students were given multiple warnings to leave. This encampment was an intimidation to Jewish students, and I was intimidating to Jewish students, and it needed to go. The other peaceful protests were supported, and although we may disagree with the views being expressed, those peaceful protests were within the law. However, I would like to once again commend law enforcement for their swift and professional actions in taking down this encampment in the most civil way possible. This encampment.
We could not interrupt. I didn't let anyone interrupt you, so let's let him finish, please.
Okay. I would
Go
like,
ahead, sir. Go ahead.
yeah. So to the men and women of law enforcement, we thank you for your service, and yeah.
Thank you. Next, we will call Andy.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Andy Trimlett. I'm from La Mesa. First of all, I just want to say thank you to all the CLERB members for all the work you do. I know it's hard, and I know that you don't have the power that you really need to make this work. So I just want to reaffirm my support for the recommendations for increasing CLERB power. It really matters. I also want to speak about the absolutely brutal treatment of the students who were peacefully protesting at UCSD. Peaceful protest is one of the most sacred freedoms we have in our country. I was there the day before the protest was attacked. What I saw were Jews, Christians, and Muslims, people of all faiths and colors, who were facing a counter protest. But in the face of that, were absolutely committed to peace. I talked to a lot of people who were there. Everyone agreed it was peaceful and no one ever blocked any right of way for any student or anyone else. And in spite of that, the sheriff's department showed up with guns pointed at students. Imam Taha Hussein was maced in the face. There were snipers on the roofs. There were students beaten with batons. This is not what we should be doing in our country. Now, I want to point out that this is the kind of event that CLERB was created for. So I encourage you to use all your power to investigate it, find out what happened, and find out what we can do to make sure the peaceful protest is protected in our country. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will call Yasmin.
Hello, good evening. My name is Yasmin Abaid. I'm a Muslim Palestinian community member
in Spring Valley, and I also work in police oversight in the city of San Diego. I'm here today to speak as a community member, not in my official capacity in police oversight. And I want to start by thanking you all the CLERB members, as well as the staff, for really facilitating the meeting, making sure the students and community members are heard today. Really appreciate your time. And I want to also urge each and every one of you to utilize CLERB's powers, the maximum of CLERB's powers, to investigate what happened on May 6th to students, community leaders, and members at UC San Diego campus. I was there every day supporting the students as an alumni of UC San Diego and a community leader. And I was there the morning while the students were getting arrested, as well as when the sheriff department pushed and pepper sprayed the students, and I witnessed it all. And I urge you to please investigate the excessive use of force by the sheriff department, and to also consider making policy recommendations against the use of pepper spray, as well as excessive force for passive resistant by the students or community members. Thank you all so much, and appreciate your time.
Thank you. Next, we will call David Diaz.
All right. First, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is David Diaz, and I stand before you still with a heavy heart, grieving the loss of my friend Abdul Kamara, who tragically died while in police custody in San Diego. This is a moment of deep sorrow for all of us, but it's still an opportunity for a call to action. First, transparency, a pillar of trust. Transparency, this is still essential to building and maintaining trust between law enforcement agencies and the communities they serve. In the wake of Abdul's passing, the need for transparent and accountable processes have never been clearer. We ask for a full and open investigation into the circumstances surrounding Abdul's death. We urge the San Diego Sheriff's Department to release all relevant information. This includes body camera footage, internal reports, and witness statements. We, as the public, have a right to know what transpired the night my friend died. Second, conduct independent investigations, engage in third-party investigators to ensure objectivity and fairness into the investigative processes. And third, maintain open communication. This is something that, in my opinion, has failed drastically. Keeping the family of my friend and the community informed about the progress and findings of the investigation in a timely manner. Next, I want to just point out the use of unnecessary use of force. The unnecessary use of force by law enforcement has been a critical issue that needs urgent attention. Abdul's life was cut short due to excessive and unwarranted force. This tragic event highlights the immediate need for reform and how force is applied by those sworn to protect and serve. I recommend the following: enhanced training, clear use of force policies, body cameras, improved mental health support, community policing, and independent oversight. To prevent my friend, yeah.
Thank you. Next, we will call Ahlam Muhtasab.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you for allowing me the chance to share my experience. My name is Ahlam Muhtasab. I'm a professor of media studies at Cal State San Bernardino, and I actually live in Mission Valley. I was at UCSD on the day when the sheriff force actually came to disperse the encampment, and I can attest that they used excessive force and violence against peaceful protesters who actually kept on, repeating peaceful protest. That's what they were chanting. And I was personally pushed, and roughed with a baton by one of the members, of the force, While I was on the sidewalk next to the bus, I wasn't even in the street, and I was hit hard that I screamed and I told, the officer to stop. And he said, ma'am, you are going to get hit by the bus. And I said, well, you are the only thing that is hitting me now. The bus actually is on the side. I'm on the sidewalk. And then he left me after he hit me twice with the baton. And I was also amazed for no reason while while standing with the protesters. I was like, we were doing nothing. And again, we were trying to figure out what would happen to the students and to the faculty who were arrested. This should be investigated. There was no need whatsoever for using this excessive force against, those peaceful protesters who were practicing their constitutional right of, protest and of freedom of expression. And this is a very shameful moment, really, in the history of San Diego. And I really appreciate your time and thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will call Paloma Serna.
Hello, my name is Paloma Serna. I'm the mother of Elisa Serna, who died November 11, 2019. I really don't appreciate that our time is being cut. And you know what? If there's 1,000 people there that need to speak, we have the right to speak our complaint. We should be able to do that freely without anyone being feeling like they're too bothered. Because you know what? You guys should look at that shield that you have on the wall. You guys are there for the people. You really are, and that's disgusting to know that, we're always an inconvenience to you guys. But you know what? You guys are there for us, for the people. So I would like to know who is for the people. Are you guys going to really work hard and push those 68 or even 70 recommendations to the Board of Supervisors? Who is meeting with the person who appoints them from that district? Are you guys making appointments to meet with them and discuss what you guys want to do? We shouldn't have to be coming over here every single time, stating the same thing. It's always the same thing. We need to oversee the medical. That's very important because you know what? The sheriff department, they're blaming it on, all these in custody deaths on the medical people. Well, then they need to be overseen immediately. We need Bonta to get involved. We need Newsom to get involved. All this stuff, all these delays need to be stopped. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will call Serna Sisters.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you just fine.
Every single person in this room need to look at that picture that's on the wall. That is Elisa Serna, who died November 11, 2019, and that is her daughter, who will never have her mother in her life. The more and more you guys are delaying this process of pushing the 68 recommendations to the Board of Supervisors, you are denying my sister's daughter's answers for her mother's death. You guys are going to be as guilty as the sheriff department and all the medical staff for all of these upcoming deaths and all of the deaths that you guys are not really investigating on, and you guys are not helping the families. Without Paul Parker, I really, really believe that this CLERB is going to go down the drain. You guys really need to step it up and push all 68 recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will call Lily.
Hi, my name is Lily Ostrer. I'm a Jewish resident of San Diego. I'm also a physician here in San Diego. I'm actually outside the county administration building right now, where they've stopped allowing people to go inside so that we can't address you in person. But I would like you to know that there are hundreds of community members outside who are here in solidarity with all of our comrades inside who are speaking out against the disgusting and shameless use of force by the sheriff's office against peaceful students utilizing their First Amendment right to protest, and the use of force, the extremely excessive use of force, the brandishing of firearms, the false arrests were completely disgusting and are not contributing to a safe community here in San Diego. Our students and our community members have a right to speak up against our taxpayer dollars being used to fund genocide and against our universities investing in this genocide and investing in settler colonialism that has been going on against the Palestinian people for the last 76 years. And so I encourage you to investigate the sheriff's office to the fullest extent you can, and to know that there are hundreds of community members out here that are standing behind this message, demanding an investigation as well.
Just, I'm going to reiterate because I think several people have joined, or at least I've seen several people walk in since I mentioned this earlier, but CLERB will automatically investigate any use of force incident at a First Amendment protected event. So one, you don't need to file a complaint, but you can certainly provide to us any evidence of use of force that you have. So if you have videos, photographs, testimony, anything that you want to provide to us that would aid in our ability to investigate any use of force, please provide them to us. Certainly, you have your right to ask us anything related to the sheriff's department and our jurisdiction that you would like to tonight. But I just want to let you know that you do not need to ask us to investigate these incidents because it is already part of our charge to do so. So with that, Naris, do you want to lead us to the next speaker, please?
Yes, sure. Next, we will call David. David, can you hear us?
Yep. Hey, my name is Dr. David Tran. I am a UC San Diego alumni, undergraduate and graduate, and I'm the pastor of Table San Diego Church. Thanks, Claire, for creating space for us to share our voice. Appreciate your time. As a Vietnamese American, I carry a narrative interwoven with the harsh realities of conflict and also the resilient spirit of a people striving for peace. On May 6th at UCSD, we've all witnessed sheriff deputies that day using excessive force towards a peaceful encampment, engaging in false arrests and imprisonments, committing assault with deadly weapons by pointing guns loaded with rubber bullets and mace at close range towards our students and perpetuating assault and battery. Their actions embody the very same spirit of repression and violence that our UCSD students were protesting. So first, I'm calling for an immediate and thorough investigation to these violations. Second, I implore you to drop these charges and lift suspensions for students. Third, I urge you to exercise discernment in addressing Islamophobia within your department and misinformation around any Palestinian advocacy. Can we students and us criticize and challenge violent policies, government and or systems that perpetuate violence without being accused of anti-Semitism ourselves, right? Or violence ourselves? We must be able to criticize and challenge the systems that perpetuate violence. So I urge you to take decisive action quickly. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will call Lisa. Lisa, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I am Liza Thatcher. The illegal, and I stress illegal, encampment of pro-Hamas protesters at UCSD on May 6th was a troubling and alarming event that deeply impacted the safety and security of our university. The presence of individuals brandishing a sword and carrying chemical agents sent a clear message that their intentions were not peaceful and did not align with the values of democratic society. In addition to the physical threats posed by these individuals, the spreading of misinformation and hateful propaganda only serve to further divide and incite violence within our community. It is crucial that we come together as one to condemn such actions and ensure that those responsible are held accountable for their illegal behavior. Law enforcement and university officials have a responsibility to protect the well-being of all individuals on campus and uphold the rule of law. The swift and decisive actions taken by the Deputy Sheriff's Sheriff Department should be commended as a testament to their dedication to safeguarding UCSD. While the First Amendment guarantees the right to freedom of speech and expression, it is essential to understand that this right does not grant individuals the license to break the law or put others in danger. Protesters engaging in illegal encampments, yielding weapons, carrying dangerous substances, and promoting hateful rhetoric cannot use free speech as a shield to justify their actions. With rights come responsibilities, and those who abuse their rights through unlawful behavior must be held accountable for their actions. Let us not forget that the protesters have already been pampered by receiving $60 each from the UCSD student body for their Uber from the jail back to the university. Iman Taha indoctrinating students who express support of Hamas atrocities.
Your time is way done. Thank you. Next.
So I was just informed there is a fire safety capacity in this room that is at its maximum capacity. If any of you would like to that have already spoken tonight, would like to let somebody else come and take your place in this room so they can come speak to us, please do that, and then we'll rotate people in. And if you'd like to come back for the remainder of the meeting, I welcome you to do that. So I think the sheriff has told me that they will allow in additional people per the number of people that depart the meeting.
Next, we will call Sarah.
Do we still have more online speakers, or are we back to in person?
I have one hands. Oh, that person decided to put hands down. But I have 3 requests. I don't see the names yet.
Okay,
All right, so
your time will start when you're ready.
All right, thank you. Good evening. My name is Sarah Farouk. I'm a community member and advocate here in San Diego. Thank you for facilitating this meeting. I was there at the encampment and I saw nothing but beautiful community coming together. But what was that all met with? It was met with brutal force and aggression. Who was yielding weapons and chemical weapons? It was the police. It wasn't actually the students. On the morning of May 6, 2024, San Diego County Sheriff's Department, in a horrific display of violence, shoved students, pushed students, threw students to the ground, beat students with batons, and maced them. Police officers were seen kneeling on students' backs and necks and threatening students with lethal forms of violence, such as rubber bullets. Students. Some of you might have kids, some of you might know. I know someone in this room that knows a student, and I'm sure you do not want a student to be brutalized in this way when they're just going to seek an education. As CLERB, it is your duty and responsibility to ensure that our communities are safe by investigating the Sheriff's Department and their use of force. We don't feel safe when our students, our young people, are brutalized by police. As your community members who fought for the creation of CLERB to be created in the first place, we demand an investigation into the Sheriff's Department involvement in this violent repression at the UCSD Solidarity Encampment. And I ask you to pass policy recommendations regarding this use of police force at UCSD and investigate it. If you need evidence, we have plenty. If you need testimony, we have plenty. And it is not an excuse to just allow this violence to go unaccounted. We will submit evidence and testimony and then show up to make sure that you're actually investigating. As people sitting on CLERB, you have a responsibility to investigate and fulfill your role here. So please do so. That is your job. That is why you are here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will call Sami.
Hello, my name is Dr. Sami Ortaleva. I'm a queer Palestinian. I'm a board member of Borderlines for Equity, and I'm a guest here on unceded Kumeyaay land. I'm also a UCSD alumnus, and as an alumnus, I've visited the area around the Gaza Solidarity Encampment multiple times. The encampment was a beautiful place of education, art, and peaceful assembly. And it was demanding common sense divestment from the ongoing genocide of Palestinians in Gaza. So I was confused when, while I was in the vicinity of the encampment on May 5th, UCSD Chancellor Kosla sent out a campus-wide announcement declaring that the encampment was not a peaceful assembly. I looked around for evidence of this, and I saw none. It was only on the next morning, May 6th, as UCSD brought in a massive show of force, including the sheriffs, to arrest and brutalize students at the encampment, that I realized the chancellor's letter was a false pretext to bring violence at the hands of the sheriff's department upon all of the people standing peacefully in solidarity with Palestinians being genocided in Gaza. This was an egregious error on the part of the sheriff's department, and it reflects a profound lack of understanding of who we are as Palestinians and how a growing majority of Americans see themselves in relation to us. Palestinians are multiracial, multi-ethnic, and multi-religious. We are dark-skinned, light-skinned, Muslim, Christian, atheist, and before a Western imperialist project separated us from our Jewish siblings, our society also included Jewish Palestinians. Palestine is a pluralistic society. It is everything that America claims to value. The way American law enforcement treats Palestinians and our allies reflects the way that American law enforcement truly feels about the values we claim to hold as Americans, but clearly do not hold in practice. I'm disappointed in the sheriff's department, but I can't say I'm surprised. I'm here to demand an investigation into the sheriff department's involvement in the violent repression of peaceful protest on UCSD's campus. Thank you.
You all need to see, we watched the video of a father holding up his headless child over the weekend. This is why we're here. This is why students were on campus. You all don't get to see this. This is what we've been seeing every day for the last 8 months. That's right. Have you seen this? A father holding up his lifeless baby. They were in tents and they were bombed by Israel. Here, your press. They don't show you this on NPR. That's right. They don't show you this on CBS, on ABC. We are tired of this. We're not going to do this to people. Because every single day we are trying to see this. Doris, do we have another speaker?
Palestinians just 2 days ago. This is not normal. This is not normal.
Norris, do we have additional public speakers that have asked to speak?
Next, we will
Introduce
call
them.
Omar.
Okay.
All right, good evening. I'm a student at UCSD. I experienced life in the encampment firsthand every single day. I'm also one of the 64 that was arrested on May 6th. And I want to say, first of all, the guy speaking about the encampment before me saying it wasn't peaceful, it's terrorist activity. They don't know what they're talking about. They never experienced the encampment themselves. And they throw words like ISIS and Hamas to grab your attention, and that's what racists and Islamophobes do. We always talk about anti-Semitism, but never talk about Islamophobia, especially when it's occurring in this very room. So the encampment was peaceful, it was lively, centered around community, solidarity, education, inviting people and politicians from across this country. And of course, the encampment's purpose was to exercise our civil right and First Amendment right to free speech and assembly. As we continuously engage in acts of protest to ensure that our voices as a student body are heard and not erased or pushed over, as we speak about eliminating our engagement as a collective university in the genocide and the ongoing massacres happening till today in Gaza, it was a reinvigoration of the history of student movements that have brought change throughout this nation's history. Our students have done a tremendous job in making our demands to the university very clear, condemn the ongoing genocide, ensure amnesty to protesters, boycott Israeli institutions, and divest from weapons manufacturers. And we as a student body, we were strategically placed in a position to be undisrupted to the operations of the school. And the chancellor did not provide ample opportunities of communication with the protesters throughout, and instead immaturely resorted to following the status quo of other universities and calling the sheriffs with lethal weapons against his own students. I, alongside 63 others, were arrested. Some more brutally than others. We have video evidence of, like others said, of sheriffs kneeling on students as they were arrested, and even upon being arrested, when students asked for why they were being arrested, the students had no reason why they were arrested. They didn't know why they were arresting us. And all of us, we're students, PhD, masters, whatever, and we didn't even have our rights, being read our Miranda rights. So we demand an investigation, and we demand you to drop all charges. Thank you.
If I could ask the Sheriff's Department, if there are additional people in the hallway that wish to speak, can we let them in to the capacity that we are allowed here? If there are people there, we can certainly fill the empty seats with anyone else who wishes to speak tonight. Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure that was in process.
Thank you. Next, we will call Leslie. Leslie?
If you wish to speak, you can fill out a speaker slip and hand it to our staff here, please.
Okay, I don't see Leslie. I will call Caroline next.
Hello, I am here to demand that the brutalism caused by the San Diego sheriffs on May 6th be thoroughly investigated to the fullest extent and that all charges against the students and community members are dropped. I would also be interested to know how much of our money as taxpayers would be spent to press charges against these students and community members, and how much was spent to deploy the sheriff's deputies to terrorize our community. I personally witnessed the excessive force used against students and community members at UCSD on May 6th. I witnessed these sheriff's deputies with their weapons drawn point blank at students. I witnessed them dragging students to the ground, using their batons against the students as they tried to help each other up, as they were trying to get people who had been sprayed with chemical weapons medical attention. I witnessed a student being held down with a knee on their neck by sheriff's deputies. This was an abhorrent act of violence. As another speaker called it, it was barbarism. I urge all of you in this room today to consider what side of history you are on. I will leave you with a quote from a Pakistani activist. They will apologize for the Palestinian genocide, maybe 200 years later. They may even dedicate a day for them. That's what the West has always done. And while apologizing, they'll remind you that they are a good and peaceful people now. It was their bad, power-hungry ancestors. Slavery and human trafficking, the ethnic cleansing of indigenous Americans, colonialism, and the atomic bomb, and the thousands of kids murdered in Afghanistan. They always apologize after every war crime and continue to uphold the flag of the peace and the civilized first world countries. We will not let them forget, and we will not let you forget what side of history you choose to stand on.
Thank you. Next, we will call Cicely.
Thank you. My name is Cecile, and I'm really happy to follow up because I basically want to jump right off of that. I think the truth is that the student encampment never posed a threat to student safety. It never posed a threat to campus facility safety. And the most egregious of the lies, it definitely never posed a threat to Jewish safety. What this encampment poses a threat to is the military hegemony in this country that U.S. law enforcement is tasked with enforcing. In other words, the threat is to the status quo that permits my tax dollars and the tax dollars of everyone here who opposes it to be sent to behead babies, as my friend here just mentioned moments ago. The hypocrisy of accusing encampments across the country baselessly of anti-Semitism while there has been zero evidence of it. Meanwhile, the notoriously vile, racist, and known Islamophobe Mossab Youssef was formally invited to a sanctioned event on campus just days later at UCSD. This is not about concern for student safety. This is about enforcing racism against one group and not being concerned about racism against the other. To the students who are crying tears about the illegality of the encampment based on formal, the fact that I guess you're technically out past curfew if you're in one of these tents. Let me remind everyone that it has also been illegal to oppose slavery in this country. It has also been illegal to be a woman, black or white, and vote in this country. It has been illegal to be a woman, black or white, and hold your own bank account in this country. And until quite recently, it was illegal to get gay married in this country. So I don't think we need to be concerned about laws so much as what is right. Now, to the people who are saying the encampment wasn't peaceful. The encampment never killed anybody, which means it was 40,000 times more peaceful than the genocide happening in Gaza right now. The encampment never displaced anybody, which means it was 2 million times more peaceful than the genocide happening in Gaza right now. It didn't damage 3 churches. It didn't damage 616 mosques. It did not damage 199 heritage sites.
Excuse me, Cecile, thank you so much. Our time is up. Thank you.
And you can know the rest if you're paying attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we will call JT.
Hello. Oh, can everyone hear me? Hi. I visited the UCSD encampment many times throughout its duration. I saw people chanting together. I saw them learning together. I saw them conversing with each other. I saw all different types of conversations, race, ethnicities, religions, all being peaceful. Everyone was, getting along. The only time there was ever any violence is actually when the sheriff's department and everyone showed up. So it is kind of funny how that works, right? You guys came up in full riot gear with buses, batons, mace, all ready to go. Smiles on faces like you guys were eager, looking forward to doing this. Yeah, so that's just ridiculous. It's also funny that I notice everyone who's talking bad about the encampment seems like they're reading off a script and we're not willing to show their face. Yeah, on the phone. I mean, that second guy, good grief. And also, I wasn't going to talk at this meeting. This is my first time hearing about CLERB. And let me just say, you guys gave off a terrible impression. Half of you look like you don't even want to be there. I've learned of at least 4 or 5 deaths that happened in jails months, years ago, and there's still no answers for what's going on. So what really do you guys do? Because I'm telling you, first time, terrible first impression. I mean, I don't really know what the point of any of you sitting here are, just to sleep well at night, saying you tried a little bit. I mean, come on, be for real.
Naris, who's our next speaker?
We will call Leslie. Leslie. Okay. Next, we will call Carissa.
Good evening. I'm Reverend Carissa May, UCSD alumnus, former U.S. Marine, member of Veterans for Peace. As a student at Muir College in 1985, I slept on the patio of Rebel College Library, joining a rally cry for my college to divest from agencies and entities supporting apartheid in South Africa. In the days leading up to May 6th, I was on campus again, this time to support a new generation of students with similar demands, this time that our university divest from agencies and entities supporting apartheid and genocide in Palestine. I testify that the camp was peaceful, prayerful, and utterly devoid of armaments. I believe that the sheriff's officers would have to concur. Students and faculty exercised free speech in a manner which honored the diversity of the population and the traditions of the various campuses. Nevertheless, on May 6th, the San Diego County Sheriff's Department was deployed in a joint action against the anti-war encampment in tactical gear. During that collaboration, tear gas was released against participants and batons were employed against clearly unarmed individuals. The force used by officers during this event was excessive, and the violent assaults constituted egregious actions against peaceful demonstrators. In response to the Sheriff's Department's actions toward and physical violence against our local students and faculty, I ask the following with respect to transparency. Launch a full investigation of the May 6 UCSD campus incident, naming all parties responsible for the recommendation and authorized use of excessive force. Release of the policy and procedure protocols for encountering unarmed humans. Release of all body cam footage related to the May 6 incident. Finally, as a matter of community, compassion, goodwill, and ultimately justice, I'm asking that charges be dropped against all those participating in the peaceful demonstration at UCSD. Members of the board, please guide the department to do better in the name of peace.
Thank you. Next, we will call Nader.
Hello, I'm here to personally discuss my experience on Monday, May 6th. On Monday, May 6th, following the violent dispersal of the encampment of my fellow students, I was beaten by batons, I was bear maced in my eyes, ears, and mouth, and I was dragged down to the ground by 5 Sheriff's Department officers. Some of you may remember that in 2022 or 2023, there was an encampment on UCSD called Coastville. This encampment was designed to raise the cost of the wage for workers on campus in order to meet a cost of living adjustment. I do not recall this encampment being met with violent force. I'm not sure if any of you do. This encampment was dealt with by negotiation, by acceptance from the city. The campus negotiated with these students in order to meet their demands, in order to come across politically, amicably, and maintain its rich history as a school which funds learning, not which funds war, not which funds genocide, not which brings in 4 or 3 different police departments, the California Highway Patrol, the Sheriff's Department, and UCPD to terrorize its own students. To this day, when I walk past the point where I was beaten, where I was pepper sprayed, where I was dragged to the ground, my heart rate speeds up. I can't help but remember anything except that moment. I can't even walk around my own campus and feel safe. I pay thousands of dollars. It's my 5th year at UCSD. I'm a master's student in structural engineering. People like me are the future of this country. And if we can't walk around the institutions that we're paying to learn at, and we can't walk around and feel safe and feel protected by the people that we're supposed to look up to, we're supposed to look up to the administration at UCSD. We're supposed to look up to councils like you. We're supposed to look up to the police officers around the country. We're supposed to look up to our army. We're supposed to look up to people who are meant to defend freedom and liberty and not terrorize those who use their voice to justify it. Thank you.
Next, we will call Omar.
Hello. So I just wanted to talk about the events that happened on Monday, May 6th. It's very hard to describe it using words. If you saw the videos, if you saw what happened on our campus, on a student campus, for peaceful protesters, students demanding an end to a genocide. We were demanding an end to a genocide, not an end to anything else. We wanted to end the killing. We wanted our campus to call for divestment, to call for a boycott. The peacefulness of the encampment met with the brutality of the sheriff's office cannot be ignored. There has to be change. If there is no change, these students, they will grow up and they will not be able to trust the sheriff's office, the police force, any agency that is meant to protect them is incapable of protecting them if there is no trust between these two communities. Students who should feel safe and supported in their learning environments, in their campuses, were instead subjected to violence and intimidation. These students These students were met with aggressive tactics such as pepper spray, and they were beat by batons and physical abuse. This escalates so much tension between the community and our police force. How do you expect, genuine question, how do you expect these students to ever, many of these students who are first generation students, first generation Americans, to trust the police force, to trust sheriff's office, when we were brutalized and beat and experienced such hard and horrible conditions by this police force? That's all I have to say. And I hope you genuinely consider readjusting the policies and thinking about the policies, because this will affect future generations in America. All of these students right here, you're going to see the effect. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will call Ari.
Hello. Okay. I'm from Bakersfield, California. I'm not unfamiliar with police brutality. I'm sure many of you have seen the documentary Killing County, referring to our police department, sheriff's department, which had some of the highest murder rates in California. The behavior on May 6th was the exact kind of behavior that I am familiar with from Bakersfield. I saw officers posted up upon our student health center in sniper positions with pepperball shotguns, recording us, laughing at us, as me and my friends were beat by police. Our camp destroyed, a completely peaceful encampment to protest an ongoing genocide of over 40,000 people. I believe 2.5 million displaced. I mentioned earlier outside that emblazoned upon the side of every San Diego police car is the motto, America's Finest. That was not America's finest on May 6th. Now, I know, to be pedantic, it's the sheriff's, it's not the police department. You know what I mean. Shame upon the sheriff's department for their behavior on May 6th. Shame upon them for macing the imam who sits among our ranks here. And shame upon the university for calling into question the very values that they instill within us in our education, and the very values that they claim to uphold when they use their history of student activism as advertisement to attract investments and student money that they use to invest in weapons that are used to kill children across the world, from Palestine to the Congo to Yemen to the Philippines. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will call Jenna.
Hello. I'm going to speak to you all today from the heart and truly tell you what my experience was on May 6th and with the encampment at UCSD. UCSD was my dream school. I always looked forward to get into the school, and I could not wait until the day that I stepped foot on this campus to be able to come and accomplish all of my dreams. UCSD has now become a place that I dread to go to. I should not have to dread to go to school, to the place that I always wished and I always dreamed of going to. This is such an amazing university, but every single time I now step foot, every single day, I can no longer handle it. I go to class, I do what I must do, and I leave immediately because I do not feel safe on this campus. On May 6th, I went to campus and we were met with police brutality, and I saw my friends, my best friends. I was looking around, and I want to describe this to you. I was not walking, actually, I was running. I felt like I was in war. I saw friends on the floor getting pepper sprayed, people who were literally going blind, women that got their hijabs ripped off. My parents came to this country 30 plus years ago for freedom, right? They left their countries that had war in them to have a better life here. What is this better life? What is this better life? I was born and raised here, but I do not feel safe here. They came here. They left on May 6th. When I went home, I was met with tears from them and hugs because they were so upset that They had put me in this situation. They had come to this country for freedom, but we were not able to give our students freedom. You, by sitting in this chair, you have so much power in your hands. So I demand that you use it for the correct reasons and you stand up for justice for all of your students. Me, as a Muslim student, as Jewish students, and for all students for justice. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will call Isra. Isra.
My name is Isna, and I'm a student at UCSD. And what happened on Monday, May 6th, will forever be a day that traumatized not only me, but all my fellow peers at UCSD. The terror and brutality peaceful protesters were met with was utterly unacceptable. The encampment was a place like no other on campus. It was a place of community where students were met with warmth and kindness from all individuals. And to be met with the violence we all saw take place on May 6th shows the clear stance the city and school has in their priorities. It is clear that student safety on campus is the least of you, Chancellor Kosla, and the UCSD administration's concern. A university campus teaches us all to use our education as a key to changing the world and making waves in history. But the second these movements come to arise, the students are immediately silenced. It is genuinely embarrassing to see the hypocrisy of the so-called university's values. I was required to take five different writing classes that discuss the social movements around history from the very start of time to modern day, called Making of the Modern World. And from the very start of history, we see these changes happening, and all of them are led by students. And for the schools to see these changes happening in modern day and seeing it as a threat is quite literally embarrassing and crazy to say out loud. Seeing students' movement as a threat is literally crazy to say out loud. This Islamophobia and clear violation of all these students' rights on campuses is not what we were promised when we clicked those acceptance buttons to our applications. And it is quite embarrassing that I feel scared to go on campus. And it is up to you to change that. And I hope you take that into consideration.
Thank you. Next, we will call Janine.
Hi, good evening. My name is Janine. I'm a community member and a UC alum, and I'm here to express my outrage against the actions by the Sheriff's Department on May 6th. You've heard from several students, and there are over 100 people outside, because it is shameful that we saw the violent force that the Sheriff's Department used against students peacefully protesting on their campus. Students had been on campus for 5 days, and if anyone had seen it, they would have seen that the encampment was peaceful. And we're calling out here today because what we saw is inexcusable, and it's the same violence that we're seeing right now in Palestine and Gaza that military forces are using on the people in Palestine. They used on May 6th on our students at UCSD, students from all backgrounds and faiths. So I'm here because I want to let the CLERB know that we're disappointed and outraged and concerned about the sheriff's ability to use discernment and objective with their force against peaceful protesters. And in fact, it shows a lack of judgment on behalf of the sheriff's department to come in so heavy-handed to have a student hospitalized, because a student was hospitalized due to a neon neck strategy that was used on a student on May 6th for on their campus. Students have the right to call on campus, on their administration and elected officials, without being met with batons and pepper spray. I want to demand that the county divest from all corporations and investments that benefit the occupation. And I want to close by demanding that an investigation goes into the Sheriff's Department and involvement on the violent repression on UCSD student encampment, because what we saw is inexcusable, and this won't be the last time that you hear from us if this violence continues.
I'm going to just put a pause and make a couple comments, because I think I don't know who is been here from the beginning, and I've stated this many times before, but from what I'm hearing, it sounds like some people think that CLERB is part of the Sheriff's Department. We are not part of the Sheriff's Department. We are completely independent. We are civilian oversight, and that is our task, to provide oversight investigations into sheriff's practices and to make recommendations. So I just want to clarify that for the speakers coming before you. And I've stated it before and I will state it again. We will investigate any uses of force during this First Amendment protected event. That is our role and we are here for you and I'm happy to hear from the rest of you, whoever else wants to speak tonight, but I just want to make sure that we're all speaking and understanding from the same place about what our role is. We do not have the role or the authority to dismiss any charges. That is up to the district attorney and to any other prosecutorial departments. We do have the authority, and I will say it again, we have the authority to investigate all of these incidents, and that's why we are asking you to provide the video, your testimony. We have professional investigators. They are trained investigators. They investigate these incidents and then they make recommendations to us. And based on those investigations, we then make recommendations to the sheriff's department. So I understand why I hear your anger. We are paying attention. Someone mentioned that you didn't think we were. We are volunteer our time here to hear from you every month. So I just want to make sure that we are all speaking and understanding from the same place before we continue. Naris, do you want to give instructions for where people can submit their video and others?
Sure. You can just send it to clerb@sdcounty.ca.gov and I can provide everyone with that email. So you can send everything to that email. Thank you.
We have others that wish to speak, Naris.
We do.
Okay.
Next, we will call Rachel.
Good afternoon. I'm a doctoral student at University of California, San Diego and San Diego State University. My research focuses on how military occupation in Palestine affects adolescent blood pressure and mental health. I've been to Palestine multiple times. I did my work in Palestine multiple times, and please hear me out. And I ask you to hear me this. That day, what happened at encampment, I thought I was back home in Palestine. The same tactics were used on the civilian population that was there here on students. I want you guys all to make this personal. What if this was your child? A child that you paid thousands of dollars tuition for a place they should be safe. These children, students, community members that were practicing their First Amendment rights, who were arrested for no apparent reason, had their hands zip tied. Sit with that. How dehumanizing is that? Chokeholds, neck holds, militarized cops, snipers. Is this Palestine? Is this West Bank? Is this Gaza? Or is this San Diego? Sit with that. I am demanding a few things from you guys, please. First, I want follow-up to see how the investigation goes. And I will be emailing you guys all until we receive that report, please. Second of all, I also demand that you guys have a talk with UC San Diego admin on how they're handling this. And I want to know what the outcome is. And there needs to be persecution and investigation of there too. Third of all, I also request that they have services for the people affected, not by the person that was that assaulted them, because that's not right as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will call Leslie. Next, we will call Gus.
Good evening, members of the CLERB. I'm happy to take this stand here today on behalf of the Healthcare Workers for San Diego, Healthcare Workers for Palestine San Diego chapter. I'm a healthcare worker here in San Diego, and I was involved in the encampment as a medic.
And I just want to connect with you as a civilian because you are civilians and you bear this huge responsibility to give oversight to the sheriff's department and make these recommendations and induce these investigations. The encampment was nothing short of one of the most beautiful forms of peaceful gathering of community and solidarity. You had folks from all around the county, students, alumni, staff, faculty, civilians, all civilians, just like yourselves, who came together under one message, and that is an anti-genocide, anti-war message. Now, I'm sure you've all been students yourselves. Some of you may be students. Some of you may have children or grandchildren that are students. Think about the stance that you want your family members or even yourself to take during a time like this. And it takes a lot of courage, it takes a lot of energy, and it takes a lot of members of the community to come together and represent that. And so to have it shut down with such violent force, with the use of mace and pepper spray, and some of the officers were shown on tape to cock their guns in direct proximity to our community members, that is something that should alarm you as civilians and as members of this council. And we encourage you and we support all efforts that you have under your big responsibility to investigate this, to condemn this, and to give us real results on what you find. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, I will call, sorry if I will say the name wrong, Lilias or Ias? Ilias, I'm sorry.
Good evening. My name is Ilyas bin Batul, and I'm a student and 20-year-long San Diego local. I'm here to specifically speak on the unjustified force used by the Sheriff's Department on students, religious leaders, and medical workers on UC San Diego's campus. In a public institution where there is so-called free speech and First Amendment rights to speak up against the genocide of the Palestinian people, the force that was in action on May 6th is unacceptable and must be met with justice. I appreciate that there will be an investigation being held, but I'm asking for more. Oftentimes within these investigations, politics plays a huge role. So with that said, myself and my community members are asking for an investigation, but a fair one that leads to justice being served, inshallah. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will call David.
Assalamu alaikum rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. On May 6th, we saw an absolute disgrace conducted by the San Diego Sheriff's Department, and it was fully backed by every single one of you guys that did not put a stop to it. On May 6th, there were students who were protesting peacefully on campus. They didn't vandalize anything. They didn't use any violence, yet they were met with violence by the San Diego Sheriff's Department. They showed up with riot gear. Was there a riot going on? No, I didn't see any riot gear. But you guys allowed that to happen. They injured students. They arrested students who paid tuition to go to school. That's their campus. And you guys allowed that to happen. You understand? And you guys allowed students to get injured and arrested. Are you guys even listening? Or what are you guys looking at? Or you guys should be ashamed of yourself.
Sir, we're listening.
Yeah, you guys should be listening.
We're listening to you.
guys
You
should
don't need
be
to yell.
listening. And then guess what? All I hear is about anti-Semitic bullshit, anti-Semitism this, anti-Semitism that. Where is about Islam hate? Where is Muslim hate? Where are those educations that you guys want to preach about? Huh? What about Arab hate? What about Muslim hate? When you walk outside, you wear a kufi, what do you get called? A terrorist. Are we representing terrorism or are we representing liberation of Palestine? Huh? You guys should be embarrassed of this county, of this city. You guys should be embarrassed. Every single student that works their ass off to go to college, guess what they're going to do? They're going to replace your seat when they get older and graduate. They're going to take your job. And they're going to remember what you guys did to them when they got attacked on college. They're going to represent you. They're going to replace your seat. Yeah. Embarrassing. Every single one of you guys. Embarrassing.
Thank you. Next, we will call Alia. Alia?
Hi, everyone. I'm just looking at each one of you and just thinking, I'm sure you all have families. You all have children. Some of you at least have children. Have you seen any of the images coming out of Gaza? Have you seen any of the videos coming out of Gaza? Does that make you feel anything as a human being? Imagine if those were your children. Imagine if those were your children. This is what we're protesting. This is what we're out there protesting. And you guys have the audacity. The sheriff police department has the audacity to go and arrest students for protesting because of the killing of children. Do you hear what I'm saying? How does that not make you feel something inside? Imagine if those were your children. If you haven't seen the videos, please go see them. Please go see the images. They're right there for them, for the public to see them. It is disgusting. It is absolutely disgusting. As a student and a community member, I see what's happening. And then I see how the city is treating us. We're standing for humanity. Shame on all of you. And shame on this country, seriously. Where is humanity? Where has it gone?
Thank you. Next, we will call Aya. Next, we will call Yaya.
So I'm a student. I am a San Diego native. My mom's a San Diego native. We love San Diego, but this is just horrific. Um, as a student who pays taxes, I pay tuition. I just can't believe to see that my money is being used in this way. I had the pleasure of visiting the encampment at UCSD before it was taken down on May 6th. And just to see, all those students are heroes. They're brave and they're standing for what's right. Remember Vietnam, remember South Africa. And to be on the wrong side of history, again, is not acceptable. It's embarrassing to have to see grown men in their uniforms taking down students. Speaking here is terrifying. It really is. I mean, you're seeing how we're running thin. We're trying to get anyone that is brave enough to come speak to you guys. And me being here just goes to show how important this is to us, because I would never be here. I don't even know where this is, but I'm here to speak to you guys, to tell you that we're all at home and we're looking at our phones and we're seeing the massacre that happened in Rafah, and it's unacceptable. My words will never be enough, but we're here, we're pleading with you guys. My friends are crying on microphones. We didn't think that it would have to get to this point. We're supposed to look to you guys. You guys are supposed to care about us, but no, we have to come here and we have to speak to you. And there should be outrage. There should be outrage on your side too. And my words will never be enough. My words will not. And I just have to be here to just say that I'm on this side and you guys should be here too. And remember Vietnam, remember South Africa. There is a history. There's no excuses anymore. There's no excuses. Open your phone, open your eyes. Please, we're begging. We're begging. Please.
Thank you. Next, we will call Elena.
Hi,
As a Palestinian American student, how am I supposed to feel safe on campus after what just happened? How am I supposed to go to campus and walk around like nothing happened? Walk around like I don't feel like a target, like I don't feel threatened to be there. I shouldn't have to feel that. Me and my fellow students, we work hard to be where we are. We shouldn't have to prove even more that we deserve to be on campus. It was a peaceful protest. It was a peaceful encampment. I wish you guys could have seen how beautiful the encampment was. The music, the food, the community. It's what we should be. It's what we as humans should be. We should have community. We should share culture. We're in America. We all have different cultures. We all come from different backgrounds. We should be sharing that with each other, and we were. We were doing that peacefully. When we were awoken by the police raiding us, coming in with riot gears for peaceful protesters. We shouldn't have to face that. We shouldn't have to deal with that, and we shouldn't have to return to campus terrified. We have to hold the police accountable so this does not happen again. We can't have snipers on our campus. We can't have people targeting us with guns. We cannot have that for our students. We just want to feel safe. We just want to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll call Connie.
I adjusted first before you start. I'm tiny, I'm sorry. Okay. Go. I am a student at UC San Diego, and this is my second year at the school. I would like to address the violent disbandment of the encampments on May 6th. The student encampments at UCSD consisted of community. Each day and night was filled with dancing, singing, teaching, movie nights, and sharing of Palestinian culture. The sheriff's department responded to this by brutalizing me and my classmates with batons and pepper spraying me and community members. Keep in mind, this is a peaceful gathering of 20-year-old students who are kids, barely even legal enough to drink alcohol. This violent disbandment of a peaceful, loving community is a reflection of the sheriff's misuse of power. Our generation grew up being taught to be wary of firearms and weapons through monthly school shooter drills, hearing about shooting massacres at elementary schools and concerts, and being conditioned away from bloodshed in a post-9/11 world. To then have a gun cocked directly into our face by the sheriff, a civil force of the government meant to protect us, the hypocrisy feels more than dystopian. It's a betrayal. We have the photo and video evidence of the encampment being peaceful, and we have multiple testimonies from students working security who actively enforced and reminded participants that it'd be nonviolent. But we also have photo and video evidence of sheriff officers beating students, tear gassing community members, and even arresting professors. I thoroughly encourage the thorough investigation of the sheriff's department following this incident.
Thank you. Next, we will call Logan.
Before I begin, just please let me know if I'm not enunciating well. But anyways.
We can understand you just fine.
Perfect, thank you. Good evening, and thank you for allowing our voices to be heard. I'm a UCSD student graduating with a degree in biochemistry, and I would like to give some of my observations of the camp and the arrests. As someone who participated in the encampment, I can testify that the encampment was nothing but peaceful. Even amidst counter demonstrations, the encampment and its participants remained disciplined and respectful. In my time at the encampment, I learned to put into practice my values of empathy, education, community care, etc., including through my involvement in security for the encampment. Contrary to the official narrative of UCSD, neither myself nor anybody who I've been in contact with can say that we saw chemical weapons or a sword at the encampment. Furthermore, the encampment did not threaten health or safety on campus, nor did it disrupt university functions. Nonetheless, at sunrise on May 6th, SD sheriff's officers, among others, arrested myself and 60 others on false pretenses. not to mention the mental and physical effects on UCSD students arrested or not. During the arrests, a friend of mine was thrown to the ground and his hands were bound in a position that placed strain on his back and shoulders for hours. Another person's hands were hit by a baton and left bleeding. Neither person was attended to by Sheriff's Department officers for as long as they were held in the Price Center ballroom. Furthermore, at the Central Jail, some of those that I was held with were served rotten or expired food. I can't testify to abuses that occurred after the initial arrests because I was in jail, but I'm sure you'll know about those by the end of this. On the outside of this building, text reads, "The noblest motive is the public good." I implore you to recognize that the Sheriff's Department was not acting for the public good and hope that your motives are nobler than theirs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will call Levy.
Members of CLERB, thank you for your time and consideration. As a current UCSD student and one of those arrested on Monday, May 6th, I am here to voice my distress over the actions of the sheriff's deputies. The peaceful demonstrations that took place on campus was met with an excessive use of force that was both unwarranted and deeply troubling. The aftermath of the arrests was chaotic and inhumane. We were held for hours at the university, not because of any logistical necessity, but due to the sheer unpreparedness and neglect of the Sheriff's Department to process and transport us. This lack of foresight led to an unnecessary amount of suffering, as many of us were denied access to basic amenities like restrooms. The excessive use of force during the arrests, coupled with the disregard for the physical needs and rights of detained students, including those with disabilities, is a testament to the incompetence and insensitivity displayed by the deputies involved. These actions are not only a failure to protect, but also a breach of the fundamental human dignity that every law enforcement agency should uphold. We demand a full investigation into the conduct of the Sheriff's Department, including a review of body cam footage to ensure that such negligence and abuse of force are not allowed to happen again. I implore the committee to take immediate action to address these serious concerns. The students of UCSD and the people of San Diego as a whole deserve better than to be subjected to such treatment by those sworn to protect us.
Thank you. Next we will go with Jazz.
Hello, I am a student at UC San Diego, and I'm here to demand an immediate investigation into the Sheriff Department's involvement in the violent repression of the UCSD Solidarity Encampment. The encampment served as a space of learning, community, and peaceful protest against genocide, with art, reading groups, and daily educational teachings about global oppression. Nobody was hurt or put in danger by the encampment, which was completely peaceful. On May 6th, me and my fellow students woke up at 6 a.m. to snipers on the roof and hundreds of riot police, including the Sheriff's Department, some of whom pointed rubber bullet guns and pepper sprayed students and community members. I was outraged to see people I knew, my friends, being assaulted, threatened, beat, and kneeled on by police. The deputy sheriff sent to the UCSD encampment on May 6th used excessive force, committed assault with a deadly weapon, and violated the students' civil rights. There needs to be an immediate investigation into the Sheriff Department's involvement and use of excessive force in the May 6th violent repression of free speech. We have the evidence, we have the testimonies, and it is up to you to hold them accountable. Please do.
Thank you. Next, we will call Noah.
I'm a Jewish student at UCSD. I was arrested on Monday, May 6th. The Gaza Solidarity Encampment at UCSD was a peaceful center for community learning and advocacy. The only violence we witnessed happened at the hands of the Sheriff's Department. On the morning of the 6th, officers gave misleading, conflicting, and frankly disingenuous dispersal orders to students while surrounding us with riot police and snipers. calls for clarification were met with arrests. While attempting to communicate with officers, I was grabbed by multiple policemen from behind who shoved and pulled at me while telling me to stop resisting, despite my immediate compliance. I saw a fellow student whose attempt to exercise their Fifth Amendment right was met with an officer getting in their face and threatening a 3-week detainment, followed by a trip to Sacramento. That officer managed to bully the student into speaking with him. Similar tactics were used liberally to single out and harass fellow students throughout the roughly 9 hours until my release at San Diego Central Jail, in the vehicles we were transported in, and in the school ballroom that administration hollowed out to process us in. Police on campus wielded the power that our own school deputized them with gleeful and immature impunity. The police action on May 6 was an overly cruel punishment on peaceful students carried out by a reckless, undisciplined police force. They are not responsible enough to handle the weapons that they used against us.
Thank you. Next, we will go with Marcus.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Marcus Barosa. I'm a civil rights attorney at Mackenzie Scott PC, and I'm always a little loath to speak because this meeting's typically attended by people who are victims of law enforcement, and thankfully I'm not directly a victim myself. So I want to echo those who were affected by the sheriffs, both in this most recent set of arrests and in past arrests and in jail. But I partly want to speak to the group who I know are paying more attention to this meeting than typically occurs at our meetings with CLERB and to the board, because when a big incident like this happens, there's suddenly a lot of attention on CLERB. But CLERB, of course, remains a review board rather than a control board. And I hope that some of the energy around this group who have joined the very large group of people who are victims of violence by the Sheriff's Department can join the broader movement to advocate for CLERB to have authority and become a control board, to expand your jurisdiction over medical staff, to expand your jurisdiction over controlling policy by the sheriffs, because in the coming months, after all this evidence is submitted to your assigned investigator, after the dust settles and a report is made, if this body should find that excessive force allegations are sustained and righteous, as you may, it's entirely possible nothing happens after that, because the Sheriff's Department isn't obligated to listen to you. And that is the underlying problem that I hope some of the advocates here today who are righteously upset can channel their energy toward. Now, the Board of Supervisors controls that. That's the meeting to go to and be upset at. There's always a risk for CLERB that because you provide this wonderful venue that is at a convenient time for people who work and who are students, you become the folks who receive the most outrage, and it's righteous outrage. But you should also accept it as a clarion call for yourselves that you need to be at the Board of Supervisors saying, we have heard from these people, they're demanding change.
Thank you. Vice Chair Pitar, we have 2 more online requests to speak.
Okay.
First, I will call Jennifer Schmidt. Oh, Jennifer, she. Right. I will call iPhone Ava. Ava?
Hi, I'm Eva Elias Eisman. I'm an American citizen and a Jewish immigrant, as well as a San Diego and UCSD community member. I commend the San Diego Sheriff's Department for dealing with the unlawful UCSD students and community members supporting these students on Monday, May 6th, who were told they were part of an illegal encampment and sent emails and given verbal warnings to disperse. Again, these encamped students were all told that their encampment on the UCSD campus was illegal conduct. Sitting and indoctrinating each other on how to resist arrest is not peaceful. Peaceful protesters do not intimidate other students, especially Jewish and Israeli ones, resulting in canceled classes for all because of this type of disruption. To UCSD students and community members, there are consequences for illegal conduct. As UCSD students and supposedly adults, 20-year-olds can drive and vote. Illegal conduct has a natural consequence, and resisting arrest and pushing sheriff department officers results in arrest. Make sure that these charges do not get dropped. CLERB members, thank you for doing what you do. The only people who are using force and resisting arrest were the UCSD students who were in camp and the community members who supported them. Again, thank you to the Sheriff Department. We are in the United States. This is a democracy. We support democracy, not terror groups. Hamas attacked Israel on October 7th. We do not want a Hamas terror organization majority here in San Diego. Stop siding with murderers and terrorists. If you're peaceful, show it. A Gaza solidarity encampment means you're on the wrong side of history. Each of you UCSD students are against the US and democracy by siding with Hamas, who committed atrocities against innocents. Now there's a war in response. There's no discourse. There's only hate being spewed by the encamped UCSD students. Stop playing the victim. If you're adult enough to set up an encampment, then be adult enough to being arrested for your poor choice of illegal conduct. Thank you, CLERB, for listening.
Thank you. And that concludes our request to speak, and we have 8 comments to be read for the records.
Comment 1 from Megan Afshan. Good afternoon to the CLERB members and our greater San Diego County community. My name is Megan Afshan, and I am the Executive Director of Borderlands for Equity, a pro bono civil rights 501c3 nonprofit based here in San Diego County, serving those who have been discriminated against on the basis of ethnicity, race, religion, sexual, and political orientation. On Monday, May 6th, various UCSD administrators, faculty, alumni, and students began contracting our organization beginning between 5 a.m. and 6 a.m. because of the news and reality that 200 law enforcement officers were descending upon the UCSD encampment. We were horrified to learn that people were dragged out of their tents, degraded, brutalized, and held for sometimes up to 6 hours without being allowed to go to the restroom or in some cases get their medications. That same as Las Colinas Women's Jail for over 200 hours, Borderlands for Equity legal support team helped 34 UCSD arrestees and their family and friends with jail support. We are deeply disturbed and disappointed in the reaction of law enforcement towards those exercising their First Amendment rights. We are aware of the horrific treatment of some of our most vulnerable community members who are Muslim, Palestinian, Arab, queer, non-binary, and trans. Our UCSD students and community members deserve better treatment, and we condemn the overbearing and heavy-handled approach requested by Chancellor Kalsla, UCSD administration, and our local county law enforcement. It's unacceptable that those are peaceful exercising their freedom of speech on a public university campus be denied their basic rights and treated with such brutality. Borderlands for Equity will continue to show up for our most marginalized community members and condemning the financial support of this ongoing genocide happening in Gaza.
Thank you. And for the record, I believe that this particular woman's name is Meshgan. Is that correct? Meshgan Afshan, just for the record, so we have it.
Mishgan Afshan, yes. The second one is from Becky Karks. Police did an amazing job clearing an illegal encampment with clear intentions to antagonize, bully, and create dangerous conditions for other students, faculty, etc. As the sword and chemical attack sprays were found in the campgrounds, police conducted themselves professionally and properly in dealing with the slanderous and shameful behavior from individuals occupying the area. Third comment is from Carrie Schultzberg. I strongly support law enforcement's response to the illegal anti-Semitic encampment at UCSD. This was a blatant attempt to block access and immediate minority Jewish students, faculty, and community members on a public university campus. The San Diego Jewish community appreciates your continuing support to protecting our civil rights and ensuring our safety on campus. Comment 4 from Isabel K.
I am writing a demand a full investigation by the CLERB regarding the completely unjustified attack on the students' encampment at UC San Diego. As you must know, they are protesting the genocide in Gaza and demanding that UCSD divest from business contracts and investments supporting Israel's military. I have visited the encampment on May 3rd and 4th and found it to be wonderfully uplifting and equipped speeches by highly qualified professors and graduate students, moving poetry, singing, and dancing, and a Jewish seder, including an impassioned sermon by the rabbi, followed by breaking of the bread and sharing of the grape juice with the many appreciative people present, including many non-Jews. The campers were clearly serious students who understood the history and significance of the anti-Semites occurring in Palestine and the importance of the peaceful protest. During my visits, they had supervisors making sure visitors did not block the path to and from the nearby Giselle Library. There are no response to the obvious provocations by the counter-protest groups. As a longtime resident of the San Diego County and of the employee of UCSD, I was appalled that the UC administration had responded by calling in any law enforcement, even the few camp police, but to learn that the sheriff's department responded apparently without thinking twice by sending in fully armed deputies by arresting the students who were sleeping in their tents at 600 H is beyond comprehension. I want a full accounting of the action, the cost to taxpayers, the justification given, and a commitment to never repeat this unjustified and outrageous behavior on the UC campus in any future similar or equivalent circumstances. Comment 5, from Deidre McLeod. My name is Deidre McLeod, and I am a constituent of Board Supervisor Joel Anderson, District 2. My pronouns are she, her. I have no doubt NAFCARE was deficient, but the sheriff's is not being transparent about their termination of that company's services. Why has the 25 million healthcare contact been stealthily awarded to a company run by a former department colleague, a doctor who is currently and has faced lawsuits for providing substandard in custody care, resulting in at least one death? The taxpayers of this country have no way of knowing if chronism is behind this change because CLERB does not have auditing and monitoring oversight of the sheriff's department. I am asking you to revisit the San Diegans for justice recommendations and seek Board of Supervisors approval to expand CLERB's jurisdiction to include the ability to audit and monitor sheriff department's practices, including the awarding of healthcare contracts. The people of San Diego deserve to know certain that such contracts are on the up and up. Comment 6 from Aya Abdul. Free Palestine, stop using our taxes to kill kids. Comment 7 from Mohammed Al-Sharif. As a SDSU student and a working member of the community, the force used on May 6th was unacceptable. Seeing the brutality and recklessness funded by my tax dollar is outrageous. I'm here to show my solidarity to Palestine and the students of UCSD. Comment 8 from Heckman Gorham. In a nation where the law allows for freedom of expression, it is unacceptable that students who are peacefully trying to practice this right were met with the force by the hands of the sheriff's department. I am not only asking for the investigation, but one of the leads to justice. That concludes the e-comments.
Okay, so that concludes our public comment, non-agenda public comment. We will move, I'm sorry.
Sorry. We have one more request to speak.
One more person. Okay, this will be the last non-agenda public comment, and then we're going to move to item 4.
Alana?
Hello. I also was at the encampment and arrested, but I also wanted to speak about my initial experience with the police because I feel like that was traumatizing and dehumanizing. Um, it was also said before, like they did not let us go to the restrooms. I had to fake a period to go to the restroom, and they didn't let me take off my restraints. Um, and honestly, it was really traumatizing and a pure invasion of privacy. Um, but yeah, our encampment was a space of love, education, community, and creativity, and so much more. It was never violent. Anyone who says it's violent was just not there. It was judging us based off of like the kufiyas on our head and just pure Islamophobia. It only turned violent through the necessary presence of law enforcement. I had to witness my peers getting beat with batons and getting maced through the view of the prison cell, or not the prison cell, the prison buses. And that is what true terrorism was. It is. It was never our encampment. So yes, please further investigate this and address it. The events that took place that day were unacceptable. Thanks.
I'd like to thank everybody who came to speak to us tonight. I want to assure you that we heard all of you, and I've said it before, so I won't restate it, but we will be investigating the use of force incidents at the First Amendment activity. We're going to move to number 4, minutes approval. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes from our last meeting?
Vice Chair Miriam Pintar.
Present. I'm sorry. It's been a long night already. Yes.
Yes. Dr. Frum. Yes. Nadia.
Yes.
Ariana.
Yes.
G.I. Wilson.
Yes.
Okay, we'll move to item number 5, presentation and training from our Chief Deputy, Naris Hakak.
The one in the. Let's see my presentation.
Looks like a number of our board members need a short break, so we're going to take a 3 to 5 minute break for
Yes, let's.
their personal reasons. Personal comfort. Thank you, Yusuf.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, Claudia was giving it to me. That's fine.
Now they're here. Now they're here.
It's there now.
Now it's here. Who was tired?
Yeah. I did have a sense of that.
Use the restroom really quick before we keep going.
Right, so the group outside of the is going. But there's still. They can only come in and talk about. What's your answer this rest of the open?
Amount of information to share with our presentation, and then we have my things, and then we have. Okay.
Yeah, gotta be.
Did a great job now. You guys are students. Yeah, I love. Yeah, I do. Big fan, big fan. And I'm with same names you just mentioned. Yeah, Lori Saldana. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. All that in the Bible. I-
Soon as we have a quorum again, we will begin again. I could get everybody's attention. We're going to get started. And we are going to, are we recording again, Naris? Okay. We'll start with item number 5, presentation training. This is a presentation that was requested by one of our board members on CLERB's budget. Ms. Hakak.
Thank you so much. So today I'm sharing a brief overview about CLERB budget. I'll start with general information. CLERB budget actually comes from the general purpose revenue. Totally, now we have 10 FTEs. 2 are vacant, and we are working on filling the 2 positions. Current fiscal year 23-24 budget is a little bit less than 2 million, exactly $1,976,018. Want to give you a breakdown of our budget. We have basically 2 major portions: salaries and benefits and services and supplies. Salaries and benefits actually is 86% of our budget, and the 14 goes to the services and supplies. This is just for your general information. We are at the end of our financial planning cycle to approve our next year fiscal year budget. So hopefully by end of this month, next month, June, the budget deliberation and adoption will be completed by the Board of Supervisors, and we will have a new fiscal year starting on July 1st. So I want to share with you what is the recommended budget look like for next fiscal year 24-25. It's going to be $2,021,071, which is actually, if you look below, we have a 0.1 million increase in benefits and salary. Yet we have decrease 0.1 in services and supplies. And that decrease actually is because of the lease that we used to pay for our previous location. Now we moved to CAC and we're not gonna pay this. So almost 70,000 saving. There is no significant change overall, and we don't have any change in staffing. So we will continue to have 10 FTEs for the next fiscal year. If you recall, we submitted 7 FTEs during our 5 years forecast, and we didn't get any of them approved. You know that the GMs normally, when they receive all the projections from all departments, they table them, and according to the county plans and budget availability and priorities, everyone will get whatever they are requesting for. So at this point, we didn't get anything. Hopefully next cycle we will get something. So I want to give you a breakdown about our services and supplies. 42% goes to the network IT and cross-functional services, which is a big portion of our services and supplies. 26% goes to professional and specialized services. 17% special departmental services, and the rest 15% goes to other operational costs. And I want to give you like one example for each. So for the first one, which is the network IT and cross-functional services, the IT team that you see during every board meeting, they are get paid from that bucket. For the professional and specialized services, we use certain services to help us to the processor server, I believe. We pay them from that bucket. special departmental services, actually, it goes to special projects. And also it goes to certain support, like if we have certain project that are happening inside the office and we are calling the general services department to help us to do so, we pay them from that bucket. Other operational costs, actually, it's goes to mailing, cell phones, postage, office supplies, and other requirements in the office. I just want to highlight something. Although we have, some money in the services and supplies that we can utilize, yet we have to make sure that we are inconsistent with the county auditor and controller guidelines. So if there is anything that we want to spend money on, we have to make sure that we show that whatever we are spending, it brings benefits to the county and of course supports the goals for the county. Once it's approved by the auditor and controller, then we can move forward with a purchase or transaction. Although we didn't get any FTEs for the next fiscal year, but we have received a lot of support from the executive team, giving us a one-time fund. For this current fiscal year, we received two funds, 118 and 500,000. This is for the in custody death study, and the contract is actually we're working on this contract at this point. And also we received $250,000. This is for the new case management system for CLERB. This amount will be encumbered for this year, and we will be implementing and working on this project next year. And again, this is a one-time fund. And that concludes my presentation. Any questions? Pretty simple and straightforward. Yeah, may I ask you to use the mic?
Hang on a second. I'm sorry. I'm going to ask you to pause just 1 minute, Dr. Brown. I can't remember if I'm supposed to go to public comment or board comment first. Public comment first, right? Sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
You should do public comment
So I'm going to ask
first,
you, Dr.
since
Brown,
there's
just to pause that thought, hold that thought, and we'll go to public comment. Sorry, I forgot which was going to go first. Mr. Miller.
My question was on the in custody data study, and hopefully that we have a lot of breakdown and nuances to cause of death, manner of death, into 3 categories, not just the ones that are seen by the sheriff department. As we know, natural deaths, as it is so far, is so wide and broad that even if a person dies from a heart attack, it is natural death. But if someone weren't given their proper medication on time and they died of a heart attack, then it's not natural death. And we've seen these cases with diabetes, we've seen these cases with heart attack, and we've seen these cases with seizures disorders. So hopefully we can, in this study, we have the ability to break down and nuance some of these causes of death, and it's far broader than we see now. Thank you.
Are there any other public comments on budget? Seeing none, we'll move to board comment. Dr. Brown, you were first.
I have an additional question about the in custody data study. We need to.
Sorry, Mr. Brown, can you use your microphone so the folks online can hear you, please?
Eating and chewing too. I'm very interested in, are we gonna hire someone to do that? Are we looking for someone to do that study?
If I may?
Yeah,
Or
go ahead. Go ahead.
I might ask you to chime in here too. We actually have already hired that consultant. That study, we hired that consultant, I want to say in 2022.
Oh, you showed the one that we got from?
No.
Was that the study that,
No, what was the date? Go ahead, Norris.
So we signed the contract September of 2023.
2023, sorry. Yep.
I didn't have, I'm sorry, I didn't know that something like, I didn't even, know that we were thinking of, was this, did I miss it in a meeting or something?
That did happen at a meeting. I don't recall whether you were serving on CLERB then or not, Dr. Brown, but yes, that did happen at an open meeting. We did discuss the in-custody death study. And just to refresh everyone's memory for the folks that are online or here with us tonight, this was the second part of the Analytica study. So we had the Analytica study that gave us data on deaths in the jails. This was us asking to go the next step to figure out not just what the numbers were, why our death rate was higher than other jails or in Southern California. I think it was mostly Southern California that they looked at, but why? What is happening that is causing our death rate to be higher?
Okay.
So that study is underway. We are getting information, collecting data from the sheriff's department. We may have an update on that later in Norris's report, but that actually is well underway.
I'd like to add, I have a lot of experience with research, and I like to be able to ask the person who's conducting the study some questions. One question would be how cross-culturally competent they are. Those are the kind of things I like to know. So if I may, whoever that person is, or organization is doing the contract, I'd like to present some questions to them about their research methods, all of those kind of,
Norris, and I'd like to, no, I would like to ask both Norris and Ellen if there is an opportunity for a member of the board to present questions to the consultant.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pintar. Norris and I, and the Sheriff's Department representatives just met with the vendor, the Whisper group.
The Mountain Whisper Light.
Yes, and we are still in the process of getting data. I believe we're supposed to be getting a first data dump this week sometime from the Sheriff's Department. So if you want to just ask foundational questions, Dr. Brown, about their qualifications, they've already been let the contract. Or if you want to ask questions about how cross-cultural competencies will figure into the use of the data that they get and the statistics and the analysis that they do, we may be able to figure out a way that you could have a phone call with a couple of the principals so you can ask them some questions.
Yeah, I'm confused. Did other people on this board know about that study? Is it just me? Did you know about it? Yeah.
This, this has been agendized on a monthly basis as part of unfinished business. Before Mr. Parker's departure, he gave us a quick update on that study as part of his ongoing reports. So yes, this has been fun.
Certainly. Interesting. Okay, great. I have no other questions.
Okay. Any other questions regarding the budget? Mr. Wilson.
Special Department Service. 15%.
Yeah, it goes for any special project. Let's say when we moved from our old building to CAC, we have to use different departments' services, like the General Services Department. Exactly. So when we use their services, we have to pay from that bucket.
Any other questions? I have a couple, but I want to go to any other members of the board that have questions. Ms. Federica Mondragon.
For the new fiscal year, is there going to be an increase for the EO?
So that's not on the recommended budget.
Any the increase for the EO position? Is that included in the labor negotiation agreements?
That's not going to cover only that specific FTE. It goes for all the FTEs we have right now. So yeah, a portion of the increase will hit that position.
Okay. I just had I know some members of the public had concerns about the pay and then just the challenges that it's bringing to hiring, because we are also competing with the hiring of the CPP. We also know that there's a deficit everywhere. Um, so I just wanted to ask more about that.
I will let either Norris or Ellen help me answer this, but the director salary level for the county across the board has a ceiling, and this position is has a set salary level, and we as a CLERB don't have the authority to increase that salary on our own. We can ask the Board of Supervisors to increase it if they choose to do that. But it will remain for now, and unless the board the Board of Supervisors decides to increase it, it will remain the same as it was for Mr. Parker. And that's how it's been advertised also. Anyone else? I have a question and a comment. The case management software was one of the examples for special projects. I wanted to, so this is related, but bear with me a minute. Many of the recommendations that members of the public have brought up related to the San Diegans for Justice report are recommendations out of the 70, the 68 that were adopted. Many of them, most of them, were things that CLERB internally, the department, the director, Mr. Parker at the time, could implement without any input from this board, without going to the Board of Supervisors. And many of those have in fact been adopted. And I have asked that at a future meeting, Norris has already gone through and looked at which one of those have been implemented. And I raise it here because one of them was updated, new, innovative case management software. So that purchase was made as a in response partially to the recommendations from San Diegans for Justice. So I wanted to use that as an example, but Norris, if you would like to further comment on that.
Yes, if I may add something. Actually, the case management system, that initiative started from day one when I joined CLERB, when I saw the case management system that they use over 30 years of age, and the functionalities is getting disabled day after day because the owner of the software is unable to do any updates. So I said, it's the time. We have to change it. We have to enter the new era. So from that day, I started working with our wonderful IT team to look for the best way to change or have a new system in place. The system is not going to make everyone, the staff, CLERB staff, work easy to track and handle. It's going to help us also to run so many reports, help us to see if there is any trends, if there's any red flags that we can read from those reports. So it's going to be like internal studies instead of going out there and hire subcontractors to do it for us. Our case management system will be able to do so. So it's going to be very comprehensive. It's a huge project. I've been working on it for so long, and I'm devoted to that.
Thank you. Mr. Wilson. That is a different IT project that I know she is also working on.
Yes, correct. Thank you. So, but what the new case management system, what I envisioned actually is to have a data portal on our website to give a quick update of where are the cases, what is the process, what are the numbers, and people, from the public can do the search according to the criteria or the parameters they put into the search engine. But of course, before having a solid, updated case management system to pull the numbers from, we won't be able to do that. So that's coming. Yeah. Another question?
Another question, Mr. Wilson?
Follow on funding to maintain and operate the CMS system, get it updated, accurate, whatever. Will that be in the contract?
So the 250 is to establish the tool, and we do have the funds to maintain the system, the ongoing maintenance. So yes, that's secured already.
Any other questions for Norris regarding the budget?
None but the budget.
Okay, then we will go to item number 6, Executive Officers Report. Back to you, Ms. Hakak.
All right, so apparently it's me again. So I have multiple updates, actually. I will start with the staffing. We have the special investigator position been open, and we have 2 days for that position to close. We anticipate having the first round interview scheduled for June, for the week of June 10th, and we're hoping to have someone hired before the end of this fiscal year. So hopefully before June 30th. That's the first update. Second update, I believe the public and the board members remember from last board meeting, we said that we are scheduled to meet with the sheriff and the command staff on May 2nd. Wanted to give you some update about that meeting. So we met with the sheriff and the command staff, and we learned that they are working on multiple initiatives in the process. And once the initiative or new programs are in place, they will be coming to our meetings and give some presentations about them. And definitely the intention for the new initiative and programs to enhance the current processes. Other thing that I brought forward with the sheriff is the in-custody death project. I had a concern actually, and I shared it with the staff there, is about receiving the data. We have submitted multiple PRAs to receive the data to be able actually to conduct the study. And we have such a great vendor. They are great in data science. They have created 3 comprehensive PRAs that really try to study and try to understand why the deaths are happening and if there is anything that could prevent them in the future. Not only that, actually, the study is
I'm going to interrupt you just for a minute because I heard someone say PRA. For the record, a PRA is a Public Records Act request.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So we already submitted 3 PRAs. We received a partial response, and this is one of the things that I discussed with the team. There is, we need to have someone, like a name, a point of contact that we can work with closely. Maybe our PRAs are comprehensive, so they need to ask some questions to make it clear to speed up the process. I shared also with the team that the contract is expiring very soon, although I'm working with DPC, Department of Purchasing and Contract, to extend the contract, but yet the time is crucial for me. And of course, for the vendor and for the board and for the public. I met with the command staff and the Public Request Unit Act on May 22nd. We discussed the mechanism of getting the data. We were told that we will receive a good amount of data during this week. And then we will evaluate the new mechanism moving forward. Of course, end of the day, we want to get the data on timely fashion to be able to conduct the study. and be able to meet our um, uh, needs to the board, because they are the one who said to move forward with the phase 2 of the study. So hopefully we will meet that. And of course, I will make sure to update the board every board meeting about the process, so everyone on the same page. That is the second update. Oh, I have update regarding the data sharing portal. And if you recall from last meeting, I said that we're in the process of creating the data portal to share the meeting material with the board members. And actually, we created that. And also we created emails, county emails for the board members. However, during the testing phase, we had some hiccups that myself and the IT team were working on resolving them. Once that's resolved and figured out, then we will reach out to everyone, and I will make sure that everyone, the board members, are well prepared for smooth transition from the paper to electronic, of course. And we will have training during the meeting, and of course, our wonderful IT team here will support to be with us and help the board members to understand how to download and activate the emails to be able to log into the new portal. All right, also I have attachment B that give a summary of April cases. We received 19 new cases. We closed 10 cases. Total of that month, open cases 126. Attachment C also, it shows the case progress for all open cases. It's already posted online, and we have also a copy outside. If anybody have any question, please send me an email at clerb@sdcounty.ca.gov. And also we have the executive officer correspondent to full CLERB. We have a copy outside for anyone who wants to see what information being communicated to the full board, and everything is uploaded online too. And that concludes my update. Back to you.
Any members of the public have comments for the executive officer's report?
Yes. Comes to the data.
Oh, I think it's not. It's not on.
When it comes to the data,
It's not on.
From the
I think it's not on your, yes. Yes, now.
Can you start over so we have that on recording, please? Thank you, and we'll start your time over.
Yusef Miller, North County Equity and Justice Coalition, Saving Lives in Custody campaign. And when it comes to the data received from the Sheriff's Department Public Records Request Act, when we had the audit, we saw the breakdown of heightened custody death rate by year, by ethnicity, and they only showed from the data the highest rate per year. But I think it's really important to have that data reflect also the second and third highest as well, all the status actually, so that we can see any trends, not just on the highest in custody death rate by ethnicity, but also if there's a running trend on the second tier of that.
If I may,
Would you like to respond?
Yes. Totally agree with you, Mr. Yusuf. And actually, our PRAs are very comprehensive. They are going above and beyond, actually, of investigating things that we've never thought about. Actually, currently we submitted 3 PRAs. One is for mental. The other one is for in custody death, and the third one is population. That the 3 are in the process with the Sheriff Department to respond to them. And we are finalizing the staffing PRA. We may have 2 more in the pipeline. Of course.
Yeah, go ahead.
Could you repeat the 3 PRAs? The first mental.
Absolutely. Mental health PRA, in custody death PRA, population.
Population involved, what is that?
population of jails. Yeah. And the fourth one, which is in the process, still approving it, it's the staffing.
Is
Yes.
there gonna be staffing doing the, 24 hour?
Dr.
Yeah,
Bragg, can I ask you
oh,
to
I'm sorry,
turn on your
sorry.
microphone so we have the recording on record? Thank you.
The staffing is something that I'm very interested in because you often hear that they don't have the staffing at certain times when some of these incidents occur. And say, for example, they might be short people that day or what have you. How tight is that going to be, that a report about staffing? Is it going to be, is it going to really be precise, like from a daily shift standpoint or what have you?
Absolutely.
And the other thing I'm really looking at, because I asked Paul about this, when we compare in custody deaths, he said that the comparisons are exactly like everyone. You see, I think what his response was that we're reporting exactly the way that every other sheriff department in the state reports in custody death. And I went back to check on that, and I couldn't see where they were actually lining up with all of them, like with LAPD, with the Northern County. I just took some and I was checking with Post to see if I can get some kind of thing on how we could really compare our in custody deaths to others to really be precise. So I guess I can work with you a little bit later on the side on it, because this is a pretty a conversation.
Yeah, just to make it clear for you, Dr. Brown, and everyone here in the room, and whoever is joining us online, this study is to focus on San Diego jails. We're not doing any comparison. The comparison been done during phase 1,
Okay.
but this study actually is only for San Diego jails.
Okay.
That's it. And the purpose is to assist the department to use the data science actually to figure out if any death that might happen in the future, that we can prevent it ahead of time. And also, this is going to be a good opportunity to highlight any change in practice that the sheriff department adopt
Okay.
and didn't, share maybe, or were unable to measure the impact. This study is going to help also to highlight that. So it's going to benefit everyone 2 ways. It's a win-win for me.
Thank you. If there are no other questions for the executive officer's report portion, I will move to item number 7, board chair's report. Oh, I'm sorry.
yeah.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to jump ahead of you. Mr. Wilson, did you have a question? And then Norris, if there's something else you'd like to convey.
When you met with the sheriff's department,
Mm.
did they give you any indication that they were going to follow through and explore the recommendations that the undersheriff had made just before she retired? She was in charge of all of detentions, and she made some very significant changes, particularly with medical intake, but she also had another series of recommendations. I'm just wondering if they're going to follow up on them. And she was unable to, because she retired, to share them with the board. I'd be very interested in those.
Yeah. So I can't tell you what exactly been shared with us because it's still, in the process. But I can assure you that whatever we heard from the sheriff herself looks promising, and we believe it's gonna make a great impact actually once it's implemented. And once it's implemented, they will have someone to come and share with the public, with the board, with everyone to talk about what they are doing inside the department.
And I can assure you that we emphasized how important it was for those changes that they are considering once they were finalized, that this get brought to the full CLERB board and here at a meeting from command staff, exactly which changes have been made when they are, when they are finalized. So.
Yes.
And those things also involve the 68 recommendations.
No, that's completely separate. And I would just say, I'm hoping that at future meetings, there's many sets of recommendations. There are recommendations that came from the state audit. There are recommendations that have come from CLERB, either this board or from our investigators, or generated by CLERB staff. There are recommendations that have come from the San Diegans for Justice report. I think that there's a lot of confusion about which recommendations came from which group and what the status is of all of those. So I would very much like for us to, in the future, look at where we are, look at the policy recommendations that we've made that the Sheriff's Department has adopted, for example. And I know that the CLERB staff is working on gathering all that information so it can be presented here. So we're all starting from the same baseline. So I hope that will help.
Absolutely. Vice Chair Pintar, if you allow me, there is one request to speak online.
Of course.
Yeah. Sabrina, are you here?
Yes, I am here. My comments were in regards to the budget. I think that I may have got skipped over a little bit, but it was just a comment that I don't think that we need to increase the budgets, but maybe implement better training so that the officers actually care about the human life that they're dealing with. As I sat today in the CLERB meeting, listening to a number of people talk about what's going on in the world, I observed many members of CLERB being very frustrated with the ongoing talks. And again, it just goes back to budget. If we have this very large budget for people who don't care to listen, who don't want to sit at these meetings until 9 p.m. hearing the same thing over and over. We keep seeing these high number budgets, but the people that are in charge of the budgets or utilizing the budgets don't care. So we really need to think about who even wants to be here and who doesn't, and who wants to really put those budgets to the best use. Thank you.
Is there any other requests to speak?
No more requests to speak.
Okay, then we will move to board chair's report. So you know, our chair, Ms. Delaney, is out tonight. I am in her stead going to give an update on the executive officer hiring process. I believe most of the board members got some of this information earlier today, and I want to make sure that the public has the same information, and then we will move to selection of the district's public representatives. So the county's Department of Human Resources confirmed to us that they received a total of 43 applications for the new executive officer position. 15 of those applications, after county Human Resources Department reviewed them to ensure they were qualified, deemed 15 of those qualified for review by the hiring subcommittee. The recruitment was originally scheduled to be open from April 5th to May 5th, so for 30 days, but we extended that application time window for 7 days. I'm sorry, we extended the window twice, 7 days each, so we extended the application time for 2 weeks. We are still reviewing all of those applications to determine which will be invited to interview. The hiring committee did have an initial meeting to review the applications we received after the first deadline, but we did receive several more and really, I think, excellent resumes that came in after that deadline. So we have yet to select the people that we will interview because we need another meeting to look at those additional resumes, review them, and then decide who will be interviewed. As you know, tonight, the community interview panel will be selected. Members of the panel that are selected will have 24 hours to confirm that they are able to participate, that their availability suits the timeline that we've set forth. If they cannot, then their alternates will take their place. So we'll select a panelist plus an alternate from every supervisorial district tonight. The week of June 3rd, the community interview panelists will be sent confidentiality agreements to review and sign. And then they will be asked to submit questions that they would like to ask during the interview panel. We're going to ask them to each submit 2 to 3 questions that they'd like to ask the applicants. And then the Department of Human Resources will have to review those questions to make sure that they are consistent with employment law. So can't have panelists asking questions that are not, we are not allowed to ask applicants per employment law. And then they will also be reviewing them to ensure that we don't have duplication, because we'll have a limited amount of time for the panel to speak to each of the applicants. And then they will set it some time for them to have that interview. After that, the executive officer hiring subcommittee will interview the round one or the semifinalists. During that same week, the subcommittee will be interviewing the semifinalists. So the first round of interviews will take place that same week of June 3rd. The week of June 11th, the community interview panel will interview the same applicants, so the semifinalists. The week of June 17th, the executive officer hiring committee will receive the feedback or the comments and suggestions that we receive from the community interview panel, and we will use that to assist us in our consideration of the final applicants who will move to the next round of interviews. Then the week of June 24th, the full CLERB board will receive information regarding the finalists. So you'll get a packet, a binder of information with all of the resumes of the finalists that will be reviewed by the full board. We did set a tentative special meeting for the week of June 27th for the purposes of interviewing. However, we did subsequently extend the period for receiving applications by 2 weeks. So that that meeting will likely change to make sure that we have enough time for applicants to be interviewed. We're hoping to do those, I believe, in person. So we need to give them time to travel. Many of them are from out of town. So that will happen in July. And then we hoped to make a selection by mid to later in July. And then the Human Resources Department will have to do the mandatory background checks before a final selection could be announced. Are there any questions on that for now before we get to any members of the public questions about that? Any members of the board questions about that? I know that was a lot that I rattled off in a quick period of time. Okay, so then we will move to selection of the public's representatives. The public interest submission time for people to say that they were interested in serving on this panel was closed on May 23rd. We received from each district, I'm sorry, I don't have the total here, but from Supervisorial District 1, we received 6 applicants. District 2, we received 2 applicants. District 3 received 5 applicants. District 4, we received 9 applicants. And from District 5, we received 5 applicants. And I would also like to add that CLERB staff and Human Resources Department did reach out to each of the members of the Board of Supervisors and asked them to please encourage people to apply. And we also sent out notifications to people that are on our regular list for CLERB information, asking them to apply if they were interested. So for the selection, I was going to ask a member of the public. We've got a couple of you. If you would do us the honor of selecting from each district. We're asking for two selections. So it's not one of us. Full transparency. Would either of you like to assist? Then I think that you probably shouldn't, if your name is on this list, are you also in there? Okay, so in that case, I think our IT representative. I feel strongly that it should not be a member of CLERB.
We're just
draw one at a time. Start with District 1. And hang on, when he does that, are we going to announce them? Yes, okay. And is are you taking notes? Okay, from District 1.
Okay, right.
And
So the primary is.
so the District 1 panelist that was selected is Dr. Fishman.
As a primary.
As the primary, and the alternate is?
Domingos.
And the alternate is Ms. Domingos. District 2.
Well, District 2, we are seat only 2.
Did we confirm that everyone lives in the district, that they are?
Yeah.
District 1 is Nora's. And Buki doesn't live in Norris.
So
My understanding is she lives in Terrace.
what we will do is, what we will do is we will confirm that these individuals,
House is Darwin Fishman. Well, I don't know where they live.
I don't know where they live either.
I know that my understanding is she's in Tara's district, not Nora's.
Okay, so we are going to confirm that for each of these, we're going to confirm that they live in the district before we place them on the panel. And if they in fact do not live in the district that they were selected for, I suggest that we save these additional names and we will reselect. Okay? District 2. Yep. I know.
Kathleen Stark.
Kathy Stark.
Kathleen.
Kathleen Stark was selected as the District 2 representative, and the alternate is Courtney Chase. Oh, did they get mixed up? Maybe she's saying that those were District 1.
I'm for sure because there was only 2.
Okay. Okay, we will double check. District 3.
Valentina D. Holroyd.
I didn't hear the last name. Valentina D.
Holroyd.
Holroyd. Okay. And the alternate?
Milan Shah.
Milan Shah. Okay. District 4. Doug Case. Okay. The panelist. Alternate is Drusilla Willis.
District are we in now?
That was District 4, and now we're moving on to District 5. Judith Nurse,
Judith K. Nurse.
and the alternate is David Skynell. Okay. So before everyone is invited to participate in the panel, we are going to confirm that they are residents of their respective districts. And if they are not, I suggest that we keep those and we will reselect for those if they are not in fact from those districts. Okay.
Vice Chair Pintar, we have 2 requests to speak online. Do you allow me to pull them?
Yes.
Okay, first I will start with Sabrina Whittle. Sabrina?
Sorry, I don't, I didn't mean to have my hand up.
All right, thank you.
And did you say there was another?
Yes, Darwin Fishman. Darwin, can you hear us?
Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead.
Hello, this is Buki speaking on behalf of Darwin Fishman, if acceptable.
Both of us got on. Both of us.
Hello, is that acceptable?
If Ms.
Both
Dominguez,
of us.
why don't you speak first, Buki, and then Dr. Fishman can speak.
Sure. I am very concerned that Mr. Miller would state that we do not live in a district. And as a former survivor of human trafficking and crisis, for many years, I have kept my actual residence confidential, and I have not shared particularly what part of San Diego I live in because it is a safety issue for myself and my children. This is concerning to me. I did provide accurate address of where I live to the person that we were supposed to email, and this location is to be vetted and remain confidential. I do not wish to share my residence in front of this community and all of San Diego, which is a safety concern for me. And at this point, I would say shame on Mr. Yusuf Miller for bringing that up in the first place. Dr. Fishman, may speak.
Here, it's District 1 that we're in. Thank you.
Ms. Keen Ayub?
Buki and Dr. Fishman, I want to personally apologize to you. That was not Mr. Miller that stated that. That was me. Although me confusing your voice is kind of funny, but that was my fault, and I do apologize for that. I had thought because when you were placed on CLERB, you were placed as Tara's representative, that you were in fact in that district. So that was my misunderstanding. And again, I apologize extremely. And I am confused because the person that was picked for the second one is a District 1 person. So I was just confused, and that is my error.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Gross.
Just one, Vice Chair Pintar and board members and Ms. Dominguez, your address was not said in any verbal way. All anyone would know is that you are in District 1. So no private information regarding your residence was disclosed.
Nor will it be. Thank you. Okay, once our panel is finalized, all panelists will be sent information with the interview schedule to confirm that they are able to participate. That just lost my agenda. Yes, we will move to item number 8, creation of a CLERB officer nomination committee. This is part of our rules and regulations that an officer nomination committee be formed to nominate for the 3 officer positions on the board. The nomination committee will be asked to meet this month and then make recommendations for the 3 board officer positions at our next meeting. I would like to take any nominations or requests to serve on the nomination committee. Ms. Keen Ayub.
So I'm not offering myself, but I do believe that Dr. Brown stated that they wanted to be part of it before. Did you not?
Yeah, a long time. Yeah, I would like to.
So
Okay.
just wanted to.
So we can have up to 3, but no more than 3 because that would violate quorum.
Brown. I would like to also recommend GI.
GI, would you like to serve on the nomination committee?
I will be gone.
That
To
does,
depart for Ireland the 5th of June, so I won't be here.
you won't be here.
I will not be here. I'm going,
You-
I'll be on travel.
You could still serve on the nominations committee though, even if you won't be here for the
Yes,
meeting.
You can do it. We can do Zoom calls, man.
I would, well, also my term's up. And I think
Before June?
it's up now, but I told them I would stay until they
Okay.
found somebody.
You
So
can still serve. I'm not,
Okay.
if you
No,
don't
I'll
want
do-
to,
I'll
you
do
don't have
whatever
to,
you
but
want
if
me
you would
to.
like to, you may. Okay.
I'll do whatever,
Okay.
Madam Chair would
Is
like.
there
But
anyone,
I was going to nominate,
Ms. Keen Ayub?
yes.
Would you like to serve on the nomination committee? It's been motioned and seconded that you are on the nominations committee, so. It's been an interesting evening for everybody. Okay, so the CLERB officer nomination committee will be Dr. Brown, Mr. Wilson, and Ms. Keen Ayub.
If it's I mean, I'll be out of the country, so if it's acceptable.
No, well, in that case, I recommend Tim Ware. Tim Ware is not here.
But he is not here, so I don't think I can appoint somebody to the committee that is not here to accept the nomination.
Can she?
I don't believe I can.
Megan? I'll be in a.
If you don't feel that you can do it, then please just say that you can't. But I'm telling you, if the fact that you aren't going to be here for the meeting does not prohibit you from
Okay.
serving.
I mean, I'll be more than happy to. Just remember, I'll have to communicate.
That's fine. It's not required to be a public meeting for the 3 of you to talk about those nominations. But with that said, anyone on the board who is interested in being one of the executive officers, please let any member of the nominations committee know that you are interested in serving as an officer, and then the nominations committee will make a recommendation. Any public comment on item 8? I'm sorry, I didn't complete that. So any public comment on item 8A? None. Next item, 8B, discussion and formation of an ad hoc committee to update and review the board's policies and procedures. This was something that was recommended by Chair Delaney in reviewing CLERB's policies and procedures. It looked as though, at least in a couple places, some of the policies and procedures that had been adopted by the board had not yet been incorporated into the text of those policies and procedures, at least online, or in some cases, policies and procedures were inconsistent. So she has asked that we form a subcommittee to please review them and to ensure consistency and that they are updated. So I'm seeking volunteers to review policies and procedures. Ad hoc committee members.
Question, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Is this the same, will there be the same limitations? A maximum of 3 people on this ad hoc committee?
Yes, it could be 2. It could be 2 people. And also, I'm going to have to remind you again to please use your microphone so the folks at home can hear you.
All right. I apologize. I thought my voice carries, but I guess it doesn't.
Well,
Okay.
in this room it
up.
does, but
Yeah.
for folks online, if you don't have your microphone on, they can't hear you.
Okay. So you want me to repeat that question?
Please.
Okay. I was just asking if the same rules would apply to the ad hoc committee.
Yes, the same rules apply. It cannot be any more than 3 people because then we would violate quorum Brown Act, and it could be 2 people, or it could be 1 person if someone would like to take on that task.
A follow-up question to that question.
Yes.
I guess anybody on CLERB can review the policies and procedures and make recommendations to the ad hoc committee on who's reviewing them?
You cannot make recommendations to change them.
Not to
No.
change them, but
No.
to review the ones that I think might be, ones that we think.
Yes, you can review them and report to CLERB on any member of this body can review the rules and regulations and report to CLERB on whether you think any of them are inconsistent or not updated.
Thank you. That's all I want to know.
Ms. Kina-Yoop? Is that volunteering?
No, we're discussing and I apologize. Are we making recommendations now?
We're not making recommendations for policies and procedures.
No.
Oh,
The nomination. committee.
no, we are not making recommendations this month. At the next meeting, the subcommittee for the executive officer nomination committee next month will make recommendations for who should be nominated for each position. I am not seeing any volunteers to serve on the ad hoc committee to update board's policies and procedures. Ms. Gross.
Vice Chair Pintar, I do have a suggestion. Based upon my review of the policies and procedures guidelines, is what they are is just kind of adding out a little bit more detail and a process or logistics to help the board go and navigate through the rules and regulations, which are separate. Based upon my review, that what apparently happened was when the rules and regs were updated in May of 2021, the policies, procedures, guidelines was redlined to illustrate some of the changes, but it was never finalized. And there was most notably, the biggest inconsistency was when you all changed the nominating committee for the nominating times for your executive officers or your CLERB officers, the dates in the policies and procedures did not change. So if there is no interest by the board to do a full-scale review of the policies and procedures guidelines at this time. Maybe what would be better is to come back on June 11th and staff and I could just work on harmonizing the rules and regs and the policies and procedures guidelines, if that would be acceptable to the board.
I think that's a really efficient way to tackle it because these are things that we have already acted upon. So we do not need to take an action to adopt them. We just need to have everything cleaned up. And then if you could please bring it back to us, that would be fantastic.
We will do that. It's all ministerial changes.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, I have a question, please.
Before we do that, I just want to make sure that there isn't any public comment on 8A or B. Okay, Dr. Brown.
My question is, who will review our policies and procedures to ensure that they are applicable in terms of county expectations or government expectations? Once we come up with them, there's going to be some kind of oversight body to review them and say, oh, these are appropriate or these are not appropriate. What would that? Please,
Ms. Grost, if you want to tackle that question.
Legal would do that, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yes, Dr. Brown, legal will do that. It's my understanding the rules and regs go through the typical process where they go to the complete board of supervisors. I do not know, since I have not been here long enough, whether or not the policy and procedure guidelines are reviewed by the Board of Supervisors. I will look into that, and to the extent that it needs to be any further oversight other than what you all do here with respect to the cleanups, and report back at that time if further oversight review by other bodies is required.
Thank you.
Okay, that completes item 8. There is nothing under unfinished business, item 9. Is that correct? Okay, we'll move to item number 10, board member comments. Anyone have any general comments? Okay, well, Ms. Keen-Ayub and then Ms. Kank and then Ms. Federico Mondragon and then Mr. Wilson. Ms. Keen-Ayub.
I'll go after Mr. Wilson. If you
Okay.
I know none of them are here, but I did want to thank the students that came out. I remember how hard it is in college, even though I'm old. Like I still remember like how your ideals are there and how frustrating it must have been for them to really believe in something and to come out and have everything that happened to them. I am sorry that maybe they didn't fully understand the limitations of what we do. And they didn't fully understand. I think they thought the entire group here was CLERB. And I think maybe they didn't know that it's just like where the members appear and then there's investigators and staff. And so for that, I am sad. I do want to thank you for allowing all of them to speak. I know I was over here like a weirdo going, what are they doing? What are they doing? Because I wanted to make sure I didn't understand why they were being pushed out of the hallway. Like I went to the bathroom and they were being pushed out of the hallway and I wanted to ask why are they being pushed out of the hallway? Because I didn't understand the limitations should only apply to the room, not to the entire floor. So that's why I was kind of doing over there, but thank you for doing it and was a little hurt, but that's okay. That's what we are here for, right? We're here to get at, but I hope that they take your advice and they file the complaint and that we can move on from there.
Thank you. Ms. Kank.
I just wanted to ask a question. When is our next board meeting?
Go ahead.
June 11th.
It's on the actual second Tuesday in June. So yeah, I know that's the schedule is difficult. And for those that don't know, because I think most of the folks that show up here on a monthly basis understand this by now, but we only have access to this room when we have access to this room. So we are a little bit limited to, we don't have the full control over the schedule. So I'm sorry that it's not consistent. I know that makes it harder on members of the public that wish to participate and I wish I could fix it, but that is where we are. Ms. Federica Mondragon.
Thank you. I want to make a request. So also like, thank you to a lot of the students that showed up and alumni. I wanted to request if staff can make some sort of post, public for folks to know where to send any materials or any testimonies. I know that, I did hear from organizations like the Islamic Center, Borderlands Equity, that are helping students, but if there's a place where we can, direct them to, I think that would be helpful. Because I'm still trying to process like how the investigators would collect, the testimonies, the incidents, there's so many things that happen that I think a lot of people did experience. And I would want for that to be recorded or captured in the investigation. Because I'm imagining that there's so many things that are going to come up with use of force, things that are going to be referred during the investigation. And I also want to know if there's a way for us to maybe share at the next meeting what the process of the investigation looks like. Because it is a first time experience, and I think it's important for the public to know that the investigations do take time. And it's, we heard a lot of emotions. And I think that maybe some of that understanding could help a lot of the students. Yes. So
I'm actually going to ask our lead investigator, Lynn, to comment on what the process will look like for the investigations as it relates to the First Amendment activity.
Certainly. As Vice Chair Pintar already mentioned, this is a reportable incident. So we've been in communication with the Sheriff's Department from the onset as soon as we were made aware of the incident. And they are in the process of gathering all the material. It would be very similar to the GBIs that you are quite familiar with. They provide the information related to the persons that were affected by this incident individually. And we will take all of those cases and investigate each one. So at this point, we don't know if it'll be a group event or if it'll be individualized. It probably depends upon the number of people, and I don't know what that number is currently. But in conjunction with that, we are have been approached by people wishing to file complaints about it. So we're taking that information and we send them complaint packets and request a sworn statement. So anybody with information can submit that to us, and it will be investigated by our staff. But we are at the beginning stages. We do not have the materials yet to begin the investigation, and then we have up to 1 year to complete the investigation.
Do you have something else to add?
Oh, yeah.
Are you waving your head? Let me go to the other members and we'll come back to
Oh,
you.
yeah, I wasn't
Unless it's
finished.
related to this. Oh, I'm sorry. Keep going.
So can we make like some sort of like public announcement specifically about the May 6th experiences?
I will work with the county communication office to create a story, and I will make sure to post that also on our website and use all possible community engagement tools to share the information.
Right. And I don't know if it would be appropriate for this time or if I should wait for the sheriff's liaison, but I am also interested what the process was for the sheriff to be at UCSD. Because I personally don't understand how that happened, and why the sheriffs were called to, a public campus. So I don't know if it would be appropriate during now or where that question should go to.
What I can comment is that I believe the CHP were the lead agency on this, and all law enforcement agencies support one another. So there were other agencies in attendance.
Okay. Thank you.
And just as it is an ongoing investigation, there's very limited information that we would wish to share at this time. Because
Okay. Yeah, I understand. Thank you, Lynn.
I also want to be very clear and realistic about what our jurisdiction is here. Our jurisdiction is to investigate individual incidents of use of force. It is from that, we can certainly make recommendations and about what we saw in terms of patterns, or I don't know that we have any jurisdiction whatsoever into how they were called to the scene. I think that is not within our jurisdiction, but certainly as it relates to use of force, we fully have jurisdiction as to whether or not, any policy was violated, and we can make recommendations as we do with other use of force incidents. We also don't have any jurisdiction over UCSD administration, or any decisions that were made by the leadership at UCSD. Any other, I'm gonna just make sure that any other board, I see him, but I just want to make sure that any other board comments that I asked to, did you have another comment, Ms.
About this-
Kank?
About this particular
Kank?
issue? Good.
Mr. Miller? I'm sorry, GI, I didn't see you, so I'm sorry, Yusuf, you could just let GI say his piece and then your turn. Okay, go ahead.
I want to thank North staff. I got my packet early. And also compliments to the investigators. They follow the investigation. So thank you, North. Thank you, investigators.
Mr. Miller?
Okay. This is Yusef Miller from North County Equity and Justice Coalition, Saving Lives in Custody campaign. And I also want to thank the CLERB for their patience and grace for the students, exercising their ability to come here. It could have turned really combative if we made these youth feel like they weren't welcome and their point of view wasn't welcome. So I believe that the entire CLERB handled it with grace and patience, and I want to applaud you for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate that. Okay, with that, we will go to item number 11, board member query for sheriff and probation liaisons. Lieutenant Perkins?
Board member query for sheriff probation liaison. I'm trying to understand. Okay, go ahead.
Hello. I'm here with Sergeant Bracy. Answer any questions anyone has.
Ms. Kank?
I don't have a question. I just want to thank you again for putting together our meeting with the sheriff. It was very, very lucrative for us.
You're quite welcome, Secretary. Having worked with CLERB over the years, I'm a firm believer that a good, strong working relationship benefits, both our departments and the community. So I appreciate us working together to fulfill a common mission. And that's my job and Sergeant Bracy's job to give you folks the items you need to do your job. So you're quite welcome.
I have a comment. Well, after you, GI, please. You have
Mr. Wilson, and then Mr. Brown, and then Ms. Federico Mondragon.
Lieutenant, just roughly, how many deputies are you short right now, and are you still doing mandatory overtime?
Yeah, I don't have any figures on that. To be honest, I can get back to you on that for sure. I don't have any off the top of my head. We do utilize overtime to help fill gaps for everyone's, the safety of all the incarcerated persons and stuff. And luckily, we have willing deputies that help out. So, but yeah, I can tell you, I know for a fact, and Sergeant Bracy worked many years in recruiting and backgrounds, but I know we have active recruiting campaigns. We're doing very good as far as getting positions filled. Luckily, we have a great department and a lot of people want to come here from all over. We're also really on the cutting edge. Our personnel department, believe it or not, just created a hiring app on the App Store and the Google Play Store for recruiting. So anyone can download that on the phone and they can fill out an application, and it's pretty high tech. It's pretty cool. So we're trying to do stuff like that to be on the cutting edge of recruiting. Because as you know, just based on a lot of years of stuff happening over the years, some people might not want to go in this line of work. There's a lot of stuff that comes with it. So we're all competing for the same pool of people, all the agencies in the county and the state. So.
Yeah. I guess
You got it.
Did you, can you?
I have a question.
Ms. Kina, you, sorry, I didn't write everyone's name down the order that I am.
I just wanted to go back to Ms. Kink's comment about the meeting that you set up with the sheriffs. And I just wanted to reiterate my request for Sheriff Kelly Martinez to appear here before the public. My understanding is, as an elected official, she should always be accessible right to the public, and this is the best way to do it. She saw people come out, so I hope to reiterate that request.
Thank you very much. I'll take any requests you have through the board, and I will send them on.
Okay.
Dr. Brown?
I'm very supportive of law enforcement, and it's no secret that I have family that are in law enforcement. And to that extent, I want to make sure that someone is carrying the message back to them about the way some of them act will impact the safety of another sheriff, a person in uniform, away from us. We have to be very conscious and mindful of the way that we treat people, because the indirect causes and costs to someone who's doing their job properly is really tough when someone else is angry about something they read or saw and take it out on a totally different person in another area. I know that's very little we can do to control it, except become mindful of how we treat each other and how well we're connected to each other. We need to be constantly mindful of that.
You're absolutely right, sir. I agree with you 1,000%. Been doing this job for 24 years, and I've always prided myself on treating everybody with respect and dignity. And you're absolutely right. When one person, whether it be our department or somewhere in some other state,
right,
treats someone poorly, especially if it's a high-profile incident, we all suffer for it.
Yeah.
It ruins, it tarnishes the reputation of us all. And
Okay.
I totally agree with you.
Okay. I just want to make sure we're doing something about it too.
Ms. Federica Mondragon.
So today we had a lot of public comment, and I just wanted to know if you had the opportunity to hear a lot, hear the comments that were given, from the students.
Oh, absolutely. I've been coming to these meetings for many years, and I listen to everything, and I take it all in, and absolutely heard what everyone had to say.
Thank you. I just wanted to, reaffirm that, because it was a packed room. And, just to Dr. Brown's point, like, I personally saw like videos, and it, the investigation will happen. And I just want to share that it's really setting a tone. The sheriff's department not is only representing law enforcement, but also the county. And I hope that that's shared with, with your colleagues. Because it's, again, there's going to be an investigation, but a lot of people experience kind of like the same thing. So today was just really telling about, I think, how things could have been handled differently.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It was an interesting meeting, as far as there were quite a few perspectives on one side, and we also heard some differing perspectives on the other side, as far as some differing opinions on the incident. But you're absolutely right. The nice thing about technology is, I guarantee you, pretty much all our deputies had body-worn camera that were probably running for hours. So you're going to get to see all those videos and get to see everything in its entirety. Sometimes when these incidents happen, we only see snippets that are released, maybe on social media or whatever, but you're going to have the opportunity to view all that. And I would just like to reiterate that this was not a sheriff's department event. This was a UCSD event and a California Highway Patrol event, and we assisted, but the vast majority of the arrests that took place did not involve sheriff's deputies. So.
Okay, thank you. And, again, like reiterating my colleague's comment that, and then again, that it was brought up in the public comment of the request for the sheriff, to Kelly Martinez, to be here. I think it is important. And I think today was really telling of how this board was able to really help facilitate a conversation. I I wasn't concerned about safety, even if people were yelling. I think, that comes out of frustration and, it really comes from a point that a lot of these folks did experience, regardless of what side it was, that they really experienced, something traumatic. And I think this is we had the processes to make sure that everyone felt safe. And, thank yous to our vice chair too for.
I totally agree with you.
Yeah.
I felt safe too, and I'm a big believer in the Constitution, the First Amendment. It's everyone's right to yell and say things that we might not like to myself or anybody. So, and I will always fight for that right, as well as my department and my fellow coworkers.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. Officer Layton? Probation Department? Thank you again to our sheriff's liaisons for being here tonight. Thank you.
Hello,
Hi, how are you?
pretty good.
Good. Do you have anything for us before I open it up to any questions from the board?
Yeah, I guess at the last meeting, somebody requested some demographics and ethnicity breakdowns for our in custody youth,
Yes.
and I have that.
Just to refresh, does anyone, was that you? It was you. Yeah. That was requested by Ms. Keen Ayub. Oh, by Dr. Brown. I see. Ah, okay. You requested it as part of the presentation, Dr. Brown. My apologies. So thank you for coming back with that tonight.
Okay. So this information is accurate as of the end of April. It's compiled at the last day of every month. So this is as of April 30th. We had 354 total youth. That's males and females. Of the total population, 60% were Hispanic, 25% African American, 10% white, roughly 1% Asian or Pacific Islander, 1% Filipino, less than 1% American Indian, Alaskan Native, and another 1% of other. And I actually have those real numbers if you want those, or if you're fine with the percentages.
Yes, if we would like the real numbers, that would be great.
Okay, so the total is 214 Hispanic, 89 African American, 36 white, 5 Asian Pacific Islander, 4 Filipino, 1 American Indian or Alaskan Native, and 5 other. And I also have it broken down by males and females if you want that breakdown.
Yes, please. And do you have a general numbers for ages? I know you can't tell me every single, but 15 and over, or?
I don't have that. but
Okay,
I can
that's
get-
okay.
I
That's
can
okay.
get-
I don't, we probably didn't ask you for it, so you didn't come with that. That's, I
Correct.
understand. I'm sorry, males and females?
Okay, so the males in custody, total 308 or 87% of the population. Of those, 197 Hispanic, 64%, 72 African American, 23%, 28 white, 9%, 1 Asian Pacific Islander, less than 1%, 4 Filipinos, 1%, 1 American Indian or Alaskan Native, less than 1%, and 5 other, 1%. And then for the females, we have a total of 46 or 13% of our total population. 17 Hispanics, 37%, 17 African American, 37%, 8 white, 17%, and 4 Asian or Pacific Islanders.
Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions? Probation Department. Yes, Ms. Federico Mondragon.
For the youth, does probation, do you all collect like numbers based on like gender, like sexuality? Gender identity, sorry. Yes.
I don't believe we do, but I could be wrong with that. We have a whole unit that does numbers, but I can get back to you.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, if that kind of like tells your department like how to help facilitate like services for youth that,
You're
have
referring to
different- yeah,
LGBTQ plus youth.
Yes, I
okay.
am.
I can get back to you with that.
Yeah, thank you.
Ms. Keen Ayub.
So I just want to clarify, because again, I really wanted to hear that presentation and I was not able to because of the day that it fell on. But I wanted to know, because my understanding is you did not discuss the training specifically for neurodivergent children. which is grossly under, I can't recall the word right now, underdiagnosed in BIPOC children.
To be honest with you, I wasn't listening to the meeting last month. I'm filling in for Mr. Lewin, who's
Okay.
actually on vacation right now. So I was not here. I did not listen to that presentation, so I don't know.
My understanding, the presentation didn't have that, and that was one of the requests when I actually requested this, was to have an understanding of what the training is for neurodivergent children, the training is for de-escalation for neurodivergent children, and how many you actually have, and what the psychological options are for them when they are in custody.
Okay. I know we do have training on that. I don't know the numbers as far as hours or that, but I can get back to you as well next month.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I believe she did address it. I believe she did. I would have to go back and watch the tape. I'm going to go back and I'd have to go back and watch the presentation, but I thought that she did because someone else here asked too. So, but let's look at the presentation, and if she didn't, we should find out. I agree.
I want to say thank you. Oh, I keep forgetting this.
Dr. Brown.
Thank you. Thank you for coming back with that. And I'd like to get just a little bit more, and maybe you can direct us where to go to find this, what they were in the facility for, their crimes. Are you all allowed to give that information out as well?
We can probably give generalized crimes.
Generalized, okay.
We can probably do that, yes.
By groups and everything and age.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Mhm.
Is this data, before I ask you to come break with it, is it available anywhere else or for us to go see ourselves?
I don't know if that's on the public facing website.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, that concludes item 11. I would also just encourage any member of the board who is interested in more data, context, information about probation facilities to please visit. I visited all 3 of them, and it's really helpful to hear directly from the folks that are there. So please do that. With that, I'm sorry, Ms. Kina Yub.
I just want to note that I have requested to
Ah.
visit both the jails and probation twice, and I've been canceled twice.
Oh, very good.
So
That's good to know.
Let's
make sure that
wanted
we
to
get
know how
those.
everything works.
We really do need to get anyone who's asked from CLERB to visit to both all the detention facilities, youth and adult. It's really helpful to do this work. With that, Ms. Gross, if you'll read us into closed session. I'm sorry, Ms. Hakak.
We have 3 requests to speak online.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
I'll start with Serena Sisters.
Yeah, I just have a few things to say as a couple of us were skipped on certain items. One, I think we need District 1 repicked if there's going to be conflict already, it seems like. We need people who are actually want to be here for the right reasons and have the right intentions. And then second, it was about for the sheriff's department. I feel like they're so quick to get the CLERB to meet with the sheriff herself, but why is there no request for the sheriff to meet the impacted families? So those were just a couple things I wanted to mention. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
Yes, we have Paloma Serna.
Okay.
Yes, my name is Michael Serna. I am the father of Elisa Serna, who died November of 2019. It is very disturbing to see all the things that are going on. It's very disheartening. Here we've worked so long and so hard to go forward. But it seems like we're continually being pushed back, if not beaten back. You know, here, Paul Parker, he has to quit because he has no help, you know, and we have people that want to assign people to be a part of CLERB that, to be frankly, have disrespected me and my wife and our family, have continued to meddle in our family's affairs, and they attack Yusuf Miller continually. I think it is shameful that the CLERB would even try to put people up like Darwin Fisher and Bookie to be a part of that.
Not a part of the death.
When they have continually pushed us. They even recently called my wife stupid. How dare they even be considered? You know, here we are, the impacted families. Here we are, we've went so far ahead and we continue to be pushed back. You know, recently, Yusuf Miller had said something. If the sheriff's department really wants to help people and help the situation and do all they can to be a part of what's going on, then why won't
We're discussing about,
they are,
because
it
we're
says,
discussing that.
I can't even, I'm sorry, but I can't read this. I don't have.
And so we were discussing about how the take-home care from the article from the UT about bonuses and how the agencies across San Diego are trying to sweeten the deal to recruit police officers. It's not just the police department, it's also the sheriff department. And Yusuf stated right here.
We've changed that the sheriff's department should say this and put this in their recruitment article. We've changed our policy, culture, and we regret any harm that has been done to the innocent community members, and help make us make a change. Now, this should be the recruiting model. Yeah, everybody wants to come here and work for the county of San Diego. Then why are the sheriffs always saying they're overburdened? They're working so much overtime. Why, if the doors are being broken down? This very same liaison just got up earlier when my wife had talked once and asked why wasn't Kelly Martinez coming to these meetings and meeting with us. He smirked at her. So I do not believe that they are really trying to make an effort to make a change. You know, what Yusuf Miller said, that should be their motto. We are sorry for what we've done. They never even apologize to my family, you know, as long, or any of the other families. They continue to fight us in courts all the way to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. So why would anybody want to be a part of this this police force? And if the officer or somebody earlier said that how they all work together when something happens, you know, then why didn't they make a change when that San Diego police, Unified School Police, Contreras, he was doing all those things and all this stuff that we recently seen in the news. Why weren't they going in to help in that situation? Why did they continue just to cover it up?
I'm sorry, I don't want to cut you, but your time is up. Thank you so much. Last comment we have from Sabrina Woodall.
Hello. I do have a couple things to touch base on. I did have my hand up for a little bit. I just want to state, I know that I know that a couple of the CLERB members, their term is up, and I don't think that we should have to, you know, once their term is up, if they don't want to be part of the CLERB anymore or be, you know, we shouldn't have to beg. I also want to touch base on, sorry, I was taking notes. As far as the students that came today, I know that the main talking point that was heard is what they were talking about, what is going on in Palestine, which is across the world to us. But what they were protesting for was at UCSD. Yes, you guys don't have jurisdiction over UCSD, but who you guys claim to have jurisdiction over is the San Diego County Sheriffs, who were called to assist in use of force. We just heard that they notified CLERB or the attorneys, or I don't know exactly who the lady is, that stated they were notified from the onset of it. So San Diego sheriffs knew that they were going there to whoop ass, because that's what they did. And all of them had their names covered. I've heard that they collected material and it will be used in the investigation, and you guys will reach out to the individuals who got their ass whooped. It's crazy how the process works. The sheriffs are investigating the sheriffs, and we have continued to hear, oh, we don't have jurisdiction over this person. We don't have jurisdiction over this person. You guys really don't even have jurisdiction over the San Diego sheriffs. And it has been said over and over again that we need to go to the Board of Supervisors, and we do. And the Board of Supervisors really have you guys out here at 9:40 p.m. getting yelled at because you guys are here for show, honestly.
Thank you.
Are there any other public comments?
That concludes
Okay.
our closed
Ms. Gross, can you please read us into closed session?
Yes, Vice Chair Pintar and board members. For tonight's closed session, we will be discussing public employee discipline, dismissal, and release pursuant to Government Code Section 54957. You have 7 cases for summary, 4 for routine, and that concludes my read-in.
Thank you.
Oh, excuse me,
Yes.
let me amend that.
Yes.
You have 1 matter for reconsideration.
Right. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That concludes our public meeting tonight. Thanks to everyone who participated.
Thank you.